I'm Rose. As I walked into my mother's house, the warm scent of roasted chicken and baked potatoes filled the air. I was expecting a usual family gathering, the kind where we catch up over a good meal, share some laughs, indulge in a bit of playful banter, and perhaps even witness a touch of the typical family drama, but nothing prepared me for what was about to happen. The moment I stepped in, I was greeted with warm hugs and loud greetings. My sister Lily, who was visibly pregnant, gave me a tight hug. "You look great, Rose," she said, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Dinner was served, and the conversation started off lightheartedly. Dad went on about his latest fishing trip, while Aunt Mabel took her usual opportunity to complain about her neighbors. For a while, everything felt familiar, normal. Then, as we neared the end of our meal, my mother cleared her throat, signaling something serious. The room suddenly fell silent. I glanced around, sensing the tension. "Rose," my mom began, her voice somber, "there's something important we need to talk about." Her words felt heavy, and I noticed Lily avoiding my gaze. My heart tightened. "What is it? Is everything okay with the baby?" I asked, concerned. "The baby's fine," Mom reassured me. "It's just Lily is struggling a bit. Her apartment is too small, especially with a baby on the way." I waited for her to continue, a growing sense of unease washing over me. "We think it would be best if Lily moved into your house," Mom finally said. Her tone was matter-of-fact, but her words felt like a bombshell. I blinked, trying to process. "My house?" I managed to stammer. "You want me to give up my home?" "It's only temporary, dear," Mom quickly added, trying to ease the tension. "Just until Lily gets back on her feet. You have the space, and it's such a safe neighborhood for a child." I looked around the table, feeling a swirl of emotions. No one would meet my gaze, except Aunt Mabel, who nodded vigorously as though it was the most reasonable thing in the world. "But I've worked so hard for that house, it's my home," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "I know, honey," Mom said softly, "but family comes first, and Lily really needs this." Lily finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Rose, I wouldn't ask if I had any other choice." I felt a flood of emotions: anger, disbelief, guilt. How could they ask this of me, to give up the home I had built for myself? "Can we talk about this later?" I said, struggling to keep my composure. "I need time to process." Mom looked disappointed but nodded. "Of course, dear, we can discuss it later." The rest of the evening passed in a blur, the weight of the conversation hanging heavy in the air. I couldn't shake the feeling of being blindsided by my family, and I left that night with far more on my mind than I had anticipated. I couldn't focus on the conversation. My mind was spinning from the shock of the request. It wasn't just the fact that they wanted me to give up my home, it was how they did it, in front of everyone, putting me on the spot, as if they expected me to agree without hesitation or questions. As I drove home that night, I couldn't shake the overwhelming feeling of betrayal. The very people who were supposed to support and understand me, my family, were now asking me to sacrifice something deeply personal. My house wasn't just a place, it was my sanctuary, my achievement, the result of my hard work. Lying in bed that night, staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The house wasn't just bricks and mortar, it was filled with memories, dreams, and the sense of independence I had built for myself. The thought of giving it up felt unbearable, yet the guilt of possibly letting down my sister, Lily, and the rest of my family weighed heavily on me. I knew this wasn't just a simple request. It felt like a test of my loyalty to them, a challenge to my independence, and I was torn, pulled between wanting to meet their expectations and standing up for myself. That family dinner had set the stage for a conflict I wasn't prepared for, a challenge that would test my resolve in ways I hadn't imagined. As I finally drifted off to sleep, one thing was clear: the days ahead were going to be some of the toughest I had ever faced. The next morning, I found myself at my desk early, still distracted by everything that had happened the night before. The request to give up my home weighed on me heavily. It wasn't just a house, it was a place I had poured my heart and soul into, and paying the mortgage had been a struggle I was proud of overcoming. As I tried to immerse myself in work, my colleague and close friend, Mark, noticed the strain on my face. "Hey Rose, you seem off today. What's going on?" he asked, leaning against my desk. I sighed deeply, my emotions still raw. "It's a family thing," I explained. "They want me to give up my house for Lily." Mark's eyes widened in surprise. "Your house? But you've worked so hard for that place." "I know," I said, feeling a lump forming in my throat. "I've put so much effort into paying off that mortgage. And now, just because Lily's pregnant, they expect me to hand it over. As the day went on, my predicament slowly became the topic of discussion around the office. I hadn't meant to share it with everyone, but once Mark knew, the news spread quickly. In the lunchroom, Janet from HR approached me, her expression full of concern. "Rose, I heard about your situation, but don't you think your sister needs the house more than you do? I mean, family is family, right?" she said. Her words hit me hard. I struggled to keep my composure. "It's not that simple, Janet," I replied. "I've sacrificed so much for that house. It's not just a building to me." Later, during a team meeting, I found myself once again lost in thought. The weight of the situation hung over me, and I knew this wasn't a decision I could take lightly, no matter which way I turned. I felt trapped between my love for my family and my own sense of self-worth. As I sat at my desk, trying to focus, I couldn't help but overhear a hushed conversation behind me. "If it were me, I'd just give up the house. That's what family does for each other," one of my colleagues muttered. Hearing that made my heart sink. It was disheartening to feel as though all my hard work and dedication were being dismissed so easily. Yet, not all my coworkers felt the same. Some offered sympathetic nods and words of encouragement, clearly recognizing the unfairness of my situation. The rest of the day felt like a constant tug-of-war between my professional responsibilities and the emotional turmoil brewing inside me. I realized the broader issue wasn't just my family's pressure, but also the societal expectation that family should always come before personal achievements. This expectation seemed to echo in many of the comments I received throughout the day, as though my own efforts and struggles were insignificant next to my role as a sister. This wasn't just about my house anymore. It was about my identity, my independence, and my right to make decisions for my own life. The pressure from my family was difficult enough, but facing similar attitudes at work highlighted how ingrained these societal norms really were. As I left the office that evening, I felt a strange mix of frustration and clarity. I realized that standing up for myself would be no easy feat, especially when it meant going against what so many people considered to be normal or expected. But the idea of giving in to this pressure, of sacrificing my home and everything it represented, became more and more unthinkable as the day wore on. Driving home, I passed by familiar streets and landmarks, each one a reminder of the journey that had brought me to this point in my life. My house wasn't just a structure, it was a testament to my resilience, my independence, and the countless sacrifices I had made to get here. When I arrived home, I paused for a moment outside, staring at the house I had worked so hard to build and protect. The mere thought of giving it up, especially under such unfair circumstances, only strengthened my resolve. Inside, surrounded by the walls I had painted and the furniture I had carefully chosen, I felt a renewed sense of determination wash over me. I knew the road ahead would be tough, difficult conversations lay in wait, and the relationships with my family might become strained, but deep down, I knew I had to stand up for myself, for what I believed in, and for my right to make choices about my own life. My home represented more than just shelter, it was a symbol of everything I had fought for. That night, as I sat in my living room, I made a decision. I would not give up my house without a fight. I had poured too much of my heart and soul into it to let it go so easily. The pressure I had felt at work that day, the comments and societal expectations, only highlighted the importance of standing firm. It wasn't just about keeping a roof over my head, it was about my dignity, my right to choose my own path, and standing up against norms that so often disregarded individual efforts and achievements. At the local community center, where the weekly neighborhood gathering buzzed with energy and chatter, I realized I wasn't just preparing to defend my house, I was preparing to defend my independence and the life I had built. I had always felt a strong sense of community at the local gatherings, but tonight was different. I wasn't just here for the usual chit-chat, I had come seeking advice about the dilemma with my family and my house. Weaving through the familiar crowd, I exchanged greetings with neighbors until, inevitably, the topic came up. "So, Rose, this thing with your sister and your house must be tough," said Bob, my neighbor from 2 doors down, as he handed me a cup of coffee. I sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the situation. "It's complicated. I want to support my sister, but giving up my home, that's a big ask." "You've worked too hard for that house, Rose," Sarah from across the street chimed in. "It's unfair to expect you to just give it up." I was grateful for Sarah's support, but not everyone shared her perspective. "Family comes first, Rose," Greg, another neighbor, countered. "Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for the people we love." The discussion around me grew as others joined in, their voices rising in agreement or dissent. Some sided with Sarah, while others echoed Greg's view. The debate mirrored the broader societal expectations about family duty versus personal rights. Amidst the buzz, Mrs. Jenkins, an elderly neighbor known for her wisdom and kindness, gestured for me to join her in a quieter corner. Her eyes were filled with empathy as she began to speak. "Rose, I heard about your situation," she said softly. "Many years ago, I faced something similar. My family pressured me to make a sacrifice for my brother. At the time, I thought I was doing the right thing." She paused, a look of regret flickering across her face. "But giving in to that pressure is a decision I've regretted ever since. I didn't just lose something valuable, I lost a part of myself, my independence. It took me years to understand the full impact of that choice." Her words hit me hard. I could see the sincerity in her eyes, and I hung on to every word. "Your home," she continued, "is more than just a house. It's a symbol of your hard work and resilience. If you give it up because of family pressure, you might end up feeling like I did, regretful and diminished." I felt a knot in my chest as her words sank in. "I'm scared of making the wrong choice," I confessed quietly. Mrs. Jenkins squeezed my hand, her grip firm but comforting. "It's normal to feel scared, but standing up for yourself isn't just about keeping the house, it's about honoring your efforts and your decisions. You have every right to choose what's best for you, not just what others expect." A wave of emotion washed over me as her advice settled in. "Thank you, Mrs. Jenkins," I said, my voice thick with gratitude. "Your perspective means more than you know." Leaving the community center that evening, I felt a renewed sense of clarity and resolve. The conversation with Mrs. Jenkins, in particular, had given me the courage I needed. Her story was a powerful reminder of the importance of making choices that reflect my true self, rather than simply bending to family pressure. That night, as I lay in bed, thoughts of the upcoming confrontation with my family circled in my mind. It was going to be one of the hardest conversations of my life, but now, more than ever, I felt ready. I was determined to stand my ground. My home represented more than just a place to live, it was a symbol of my journey, my struggles, and everything I had achieved. I couldn't let it go without a fight. With a blend of nerves and determination, I invited my family over, knowing this would be a defining moment. The living room felt charged with tension as my family arrived. Mrs. Thompson, Lily, Dad, and a few aunts and uncles. Their faces displayed a range of emotions, from curiosity to concern. Once everyone settled in, I took a deep breath. "I've asked you all here to talk about the house situation," I began, my voice steady despite the rapid beating of my heart. "I understand why you think it's best for Lily to move in here, but I've made my decision." Mrs. Thompson quickly interrupted. "Rose, we're family. You should want to help Lily." "I do want to help Lily," I acknowledged, nodding at her, "but giving up my home isn't the answer. I've worked hard for this house, struggled to pay off every cent of the mortgage. It's not just a building, it's a symbol of my independence." A heavy silence followed as my words settled in the air. I continued, turning to Lily. "You're always welcome to come over if you're in a bind, but I can't give up my home. It's not fair to ask that of me." Lily looked down, her face a mix of disappointment and understanding. Mrs. Thompson, however, was less accepting. "Rose, you're being selfish. Family should come before everything else," she said, her tone sharp. Just then, Uncle Jim spoke up, his voice calm and steady. "I think Rose has a point. We can't expect her to give up everything she's worked for. There has to be another way." Aunt Mabel, siding with Mrs. Thompson, added, "But Lily needs a proper home for the baby. Rose has the space." The room erupted into a whirlwind of opinions. Some family members argued in favor of family duty, while others defended my right to my home and my choices. As the discussion heated up, Dad remained silent. Then, finally, he spoke, cutting through the noise. "Enough, this is Rose's decision, we should respect it." His words brought a slight sense of calm to the room, but the division was clear. Some nodded in agreement, while others, Mrs. Thompson and Aunt Mabel included, looked disappointed, even angry. As the evening drew to a close, the rift within the family was palpable. Some relatives left in frustration, while others stayed behind, offering support and understanding. Despite the tension, I felt an immense sense of empowerment. I had stood my ground, set a boundary, and claimed my right to make my own decisions. It wasn't an easy choice, and the consequences were real, but I knew it was the right one for me. In the days that followed, I found comfort and solidarity in my neighborhood. I hosted a small gathering at my house, inviting neighbors who had stood by me. It was a simple event, full of laughter and shared stories, a sharp contrast to the tension of the family meeting. As we sat in the backyard, enjoying the cool evening breeze, I looked around at the smiling faces of my friends and neighbors. These were my people, those who respected my choices and understood the significance of my journey. The path had been challenging, filled with doubt and difficult conversations, but it had led me to a place of strength and self-assurance. I had learned the value of standing up for myself, of maintaining my independence, and of choosing my own path. As the evening came to a close, I stood in my home, a place that was truly mine, and smiled. Though the future might hold uncertainty and strained relationships, I was ready to face it all on my own terms, in the sanctuary I had fought so hard to keep. Rose's journey has reached its conclusion, but now I have a question for you. If you were in Rose's shoes, would you have made the same decision to keep your house, or would you have sacrificed your home for your sibling? This situation raises profound themes about family duty versus personal rights. What would you prioritize, and why? We'd love to hear your thoughts, so please share them in the comments below. And if you've enjoyed this story and the important discussion it brings, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more engaging content. Your support helps us continue to bring you stories and conversations that matter.
The phone vibrated against my desk like an angry hornet, Linda Avery's name flashing on the screen. My fingers hovered over the reject button. Journalists were never bearers of good news. But something made me pause, maybe the same instinct that helped me write endings to my thrillers before I knew the middle. Holly Bennett? This is Linda Avery. I know you don't do interviews, but hear me out. We're doing a series on family secrets for our podcast, and your mother's name kept coming up. My throat tightened. Of course it did. Vivian Bennett, America's favorite lifestyle guru of the 90s, perfect mother, perfect host, perfect liar. Not interested. The words came out automatically, a defense mechanism honed over years. What if I told you we found Margaret Collins? The pen I'd been fidgeting with snapped in half, blue ink staining my fingers like bruises. Margaret, our former nanny, the only witness to what really happened behind the pristine walls of the Bennett household. She's willing to talk, Holly. About everything. I stood up, pacing my office past the wall of my published books, each one a thinly veiled attempt to exorcise my childhood demons. Why now? Because your mother's making a comeback. New lifestyle brand reality show, The Works. She's selling the same perfect family narrative, and Margaret says she can't stay silent anymore. My father's voice echoed in my head from our last conversation. Sometimes the truth needs a spotlight, Holly, even if it burns. The podcast reaches millions, Linda continued. This could be your chance to. To what? Destroy my mother's career? Get revenge? To tell your story. The real story. I stopped at my window, staring at my reflection. At 31, I still saw traces of that terrified little girl in my eyes, the one who learned to smile for cameras while hiding bruised self-esteem under designer dresses. My therapist would say this is a terrible idea, I muttered. What do you say? The question hung in the air like smoke. My stepmother Rachel had always told me that healing comes from facing our demons, not running from them. But this wasn't just facing them, this was inviting them to dance. Send me the details, I heard myself say. I'll think about it. After hanging up, I called my father. Tom Bennett answered on the second ring, his voice carrying that permanent note of concern he'd developed since leaving my mother. Dad, remember when you said the truth needs a spotlight? What's happened? I explained about Linda's call, about Margaret, about the podcast. He listened in silence, and I could picture him running his hand through his silver hair, a habit from his professor days. Your mother will fight back, he said finally. You know how she operates. I'm not that scared little girl anymore. No, you're not. You're a warrior with a pen. But Holly. He paused. Make sure you're doing this for the right reasons. And what would those be? Healing, not hurting. Though sometimes they look remarkably similar. After we hung up, I opened my laptop and typed Vivian Bennett into the search bar. Her face filled the screen, still perfect, still poised, still lying through her expertly whitened teeth about our beautiful family dynamic in her latest interview. My phone buzzed again. Linda, sending the podcast details. The episode would air live in 3 weeks. 3 weeks to decide if I wanted to tear down the facade my mother had spent decades building. I touched my screen, tracing the artificial smile I'd inherited and learned to hate. "Game on, mother," I whispered. "Let's see how your perfect life holds up under a spotlight." The box of childhood memorabilia sat on my desk like a ticking bomb. I'd retrieved it from the storage unit where I'd buried it along with other remnants of my past, telling myself it was research for the podcast. But my hand still trembled as I lifted the lid. The first photo made my stomach clench. There we were on national television, the perfect Bennett family. Mother in her signature pearl necklace, father in his professor's blazer, and me in a dress that cost more than most people's monthly rent. All of us smiling like we'd been programmed. "Look at the camera, darling. No, tilt your chin down. You look fat when you hold it that way." Vivian's voice echoed in my head, precise as a surgeon's knife. I could still feel her fingers digging into my shoulder, arranging me like a doll while the makeup artist touched up my face. My phone rang. "Rachel, my stepmother. Your father told me about the podcast," she said without preamble. "Are you sure about this?" I picked up a ribbon from one of Mother's Young Lady of the Year pageants she'd forced me into. "You didn't see the good days, Rachel. The days when she'd actually seem proud of me. That's what made the other days so confusing. The good days were part of the manipulation, Holly. We both know that." I closed my eyes, remembering the afternoon I'd won first place in a writing competition. Mother had been ecstatic, parading me around at her garden party. "My brilliant daughter," she'd called me. Then later, when the guests had gone, "Next time try not to slouch during your reading. You're not some common street performer." "I found my old diaries," I told Rachel. "Want to hear something interesting?" I started writing thriller novels because they were the only books Mother wouldn't read. She said they were beneath her. "And now you're a best-selling author in the genre she despises. That's not coincidence, is it?" "Neither is her comeback timing," I said, pulling out a newspaper clipping announcing Vivian's new lifestyle brand. "She's launching right when my new book releases. She always did know how to steal the spotlight." Rachel's silence spoke volumes. She'd witnessed the aftermath of Mother's perfectionism. My panic attacks, my trust issues, my obsessive need to control my own narrative. The doorbell rang, making me jump. Through the security camera, I saw Linda Avery standing on my porch, holding what looked like old VHS tapes. "I have to go," I told Rachel. "Linda's here." "Holly." Rachel's voice softened. "Remember what we talked about in therapy. Revenge might feel like healing, but it's not the same thing." I let Linda in, noting how she scanned my living room with a journalist's eye. "You have your mother's taste in art," she said. "I have her pieces facing the wall," I replied, pointing to the reversed paintings. "It's my version of therapy." Linda smiled, setting the tapes on my coffee table. "These are from your mother's first TV series. The unedited footage. Margaret kept them." My heart stuttered. Why would she? "Insurance, maybe? Protection. Watch them before you decide about the podcast." I picked up the first tape, labeled Family Harmony Series, Episode 1 Raw Footage. "There's something else," Linda said, pulling out her phone. "Your mother's team reached out. They're offering a substantial amount to kill the podcast story." A laugh escaped me, bitter as old coffee. "Of course they are. What did Margaret say?" "She said to tell you about the Christmas party. 1998. The room tilted slightly. "That party, the night everything changed. The night I found Mother in her study, shredding what I now knew were Father's letters. The night she'd looked at me with such cold fury that I'd started plotting my escape. "Tell Margaret I'll do the podcast," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "But first, I need to watch these tapes." Linda nodded, heading for the door. "One more thing. Your mother's launching her brand with a mother-daughter cooking show. She's been hinting to the press that you might appear as a guest." The audacity of it hit me like a physical blow. After 15 years of silence, she thought she could just script me back into her perfect family narrative? I turned to the wall of reversed paintings. "Time to face forward," I whispered, reaching for the first frame. The VS footage flickered to life on my TV screen, grainy but clear enough to make my hands shake. Behind the scenes of Mother's famous Christmas special, 1998. The camera caught what the audience never saw. Mother grabbing my arm between takes, her manicured nails digging into my skin. "Margaret, could you fix Holly's hair? She looks like she's been dragged through a hedge." Mother's voice, honey sweet for the crew, poison underneath. The doorbell rang, jolting me from the memory. Margaret Collins stood on my doorstep, 15 years older but still wearing that same concerned expression. "You shouldn't watch those alone," she said, stepping inside. Her eyes found the paused image on the screen. "That episode. I almost quit that night." "Why didn't you?" "Because of what I found in your mother's study afterward." Margaret sat down, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "The letters from your father." My throat constricted. "What letters?" She reached into her bag, pulling out a bundle tied with faded ribbon. "I made copies before she burned them. Your father wrote to you every week after the divorce. Not just Christmas and birthdays like she told you." The paper felt fragile in my hands, Dad's familiar handwriting swimming before my eyes. "Dear Holly Bear," one began, using his old nickname for me. "I miss you more each day. Your mother says you're too busy with pageants to visit, but I'll keep trying." "There's more," Margaret said softly. "That Christmas night, after you went to bed, I overheard your mother on the phone with her publicist. She was planning to use your eating disorder in her comeback story. America's Perfect Mother Saves Troubled Daughter. That was the pitch." The room tilted sideways. I'd never told anyone about those dark months, about the ways I tried to gain control when everything else felt chaos. My phone buzzed, a text from Linda. "Vivian just announced her new show. She's using old footage of you too. Check social media." My hand shook as I pulled up the video. There we were, cooking together in our matching aprons, looking like the perfect mother-daughter duo. The caption read, "Coming soon. Cooking with the Bennetts. A story of family, forgiveness, and finding our way back to each other." "She's using me again," I whispered, without even asking. "Holly." Margaret's voice was gentle but firm. "There's something else you need to know about your mother. Something I witnessed the night your father left." But before she could continue, my phone rang. "Dad's number." "Have you seen it?" he asked, his voice tight with anger. "She's manipulating the narrative again, sweetheart. But there's something you should know before you do this podcast." "What is it?" "The real reason I left. It wasn't just the divorce. Your mother. She threatened to destroy my career if I fought for custody. Said she'd tell the university board about affairs I never had, students I'd supposedly harassed. She knew they'd believe her. America's Perfect Mother versus a nobody professor. The truth hit like a physical blow. All those years thinking Dad had chosen his new life over me when really, there's more," he continued. "Rachel found something in our old house when we were cleaning out the attic. Medical records. Your mother's psychiatric evaluations from before you were born. They diagnose her with." A sharp knock at my door cut him off. Through the security camera I saw her, Vivian Bennett herself, perfectly coiffed, camera ready as always. "Holly, darling." Her voice carried through the door. "We need to talk about this little podcast situation. I have a proposition that could benefit us both." Margaret grabbed my arm, her face pale. "Don't open it. You're not ready for her yet. Not until you know everything." I stood frozen between the door and the TV screen, still showing that long ago Christmas, caught between past and present, between the scared little girl I was and the woman I'd become. "Holly." Mother's voice again, sweet as arsenic. "Don't make me handle this publicly, darling. You know how that always ends." I looked at Margaret, at the letters in my hands, at the paused image of Mother's perfectly masked cruelty. "Actually," I called back, my voice steadier than I felt, "I think it's exactly time we handled this publicly." Dr. Samuel Avery's office felt smaller than usual, the walls pressing in as I paced between his leather chair and the window. The psychiatric records from Dad lay open on the coffee table between us, each page a new revelation about Mother's past. "Sit down, Holly," Dr. Avery said, his voice steady. "You're making me dizzy. Did you know?" I spun to face him. "When Linda first approached me about the podcast, did you know your wife was investigating my mother?" He adjusted his glasses, a tell I'd learned meant he was choosing his words carefully. Doctor-patient confidentiality works both ways. "I couldn't tell Linda about you, just as I can't tell you about your mother's sessions with me 15 years ago." The floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet. She was your patient? Holly. All those times I talked about her, spilled my guts about the emotional manipulation, the hidden letters, the eating disorder. You knew her version already. He leaned forward, hands clasped. Which is exactly why I referred you to another therapist back then. But you insisted on staying. A laugh escaped me, bitter and sharp. Because you were the only therapist who seemed to truly understand what she was capable of. God, what an idiot I've been. You're angry. That's valid. But ask yourself, is this anger about my past with your mother? Or about what you found in those records? The diagnosis swam before my eyes. Narcissistic personality disorder with histrionic features. Documented cases of manipulation and emotional abuse in her own childhood. A pattern repeating itself through generations. My phone buzzed, another message from Mother, her third today. The network loves the idea of us co-hosting. Think of the healing narrative, darling. We could help so many other mothers and daughters. She's trying to control the story again, I said, showing Dr. Avery the message. Using my pain to rebuild her brand. And you're not doing the same with this podcast? The question hit like a slap. Before I could respond, his office door opened. Linda stood there, face pale. Sorry to interrupt, but Holly needs to see this. She held up her tablet, showing a live stream of Mother on a morning show. My daughter and I have had our struggles, Mother was saying, dabbing at perfectly dry eyes with a tissue. Her father's abandonment affected her deeply, led to some serious issues with food and attention-seeking behavior. But I'm hoping this show will help us heal. The tablet clattered to the floor as my legs gave out. Dr. Avery caught my arm, guiding me to the chair. She's using my eating disorder, I whispered. Just like Margaret said she would. There's more, Linda said quietly. The network wants both sides of the story. They're offering you a segment tomorrow morning. Dr. Avery's phone lit up, Rachel's number. He answered on speaker. Holly's with you. Her voice was urgent. Don't let her do the morning show. I found something else in the attic. Videos Vivian took of Holly as a teenager. She's been editing them, making it look like. Like what? Like Holly was unstable, violent. She's building a defense, Samuel. In case Holly goes public with the truth. The room spun as another piece clicked into place. The psychiatric records, I said. She wanted me to find them. To see that mental illness runs in the family. She's discrediting me before I can expose her. Holly. Dr. Avery's voice cut through my rising panic. Whatever you decide about tomorrow, remember. She's expecting you to react exactly as she's trained you to. The question is, are you still that scared little girl? I stood up, legs steadier now, anger burning through the fear. No. I'm a writer. And it's time to tell my story my way. Even if it means burning every bridge? Linda asked. I thought of the letters from Dad, of Margaret's testimony, of the unedited footage showing Mother's true nature. Some bridges, I said, deserve to burn. My phone buzzed one final time, Mother again. Last chance, darling. Choose carefully. I deleted the message without reading further. The time for careful choices was over. The morning show's green room felt like a cage. Through the monitor, I watched Mother charming the hosts, her practiced laugh tinkling like broken glass. My segment would follow hers, separate interviews, her choice. Always maintaining control. Linda burst in, clutching her phone. You need to see this. Now. She pulled up an email from an anonymous source. Footage from Mother's upcoming show pilot. But instead of cooking segments, there were carefully edited clips of me. Age 16, screaming during one of our fights. 17, throwing a book across my bedroom. 18, crying hysterically after she'd discovered my food diary. She's been sitting on these for years, Linda said, waiting for the right moment. The door opened again. Margaret slipped in, looking haunted. Holly, there's something else. About your grandmother's death. My hands went cold. What about it? Your mother. She knew about the faulty brakes. She found the mechanic's warning notice 2 days before the accident, but she never told your grandmother. The monitor showed Mother dabbing at her eyes, telling the hosts about her dear mother's tragic accident, and how it made her determined to be the perfect parent. Why are you telling me this now? My voice sounded distant, strange. Because she's doing it again. Margaret handed me a manila envelope. These are recent brake inspection reports for your car. Someone requested them last week using your mother's old production company credentials. The room tilted sideways. Mother's voice filtered through the monitor. Sometimes tough love is the only way to save our children from themselves. My phone buzzed, Rachel. Don't go on air. Your father found something in Vivian's old study. Call me. But before I could, a production assistant appeared. 5 minutes, Miss Bennett. Linda grabbed my arm. Holly, wait. There's more to consider. No. I stood up, smoothing my dress. The same shade of blue Mother wore, her signature color. There's nothing left to consider. The podcast is tomorrow, Linda pressed. We can handle this methodically, present all the evidence. She's not going to stop, I said, watching Mother air kiss the hosts goodbye on the monitor. She'll keep twisting everything, using my pain to feed her narrative, just like she did with her own mother. Margaret touched my shoulder. Your grandmother's death was never proven to be anything but an accident. If you accuse her on live television, I'm not going to accuse her of anything. I pulled out my phone, typing quickly. I'm going to let her bury herself. The production assistant returned. 2 minutes. Your mother's asking to speak with you before you go on. Through the green room window, I saw her approaching, perfectly coiffed, camera ready. Our eyes met through the glass, and for a moment, I saw something flicker behind her practiced smile. Fear. I pressed send on my phone. Seconds later, her phone chimed. She read the message, her face going slack. What did you do? Linda whispered. Sent her the brake inspection reports. And a choice. I watched Mother's hands shake as she typed a response. Either she pulls the edited videos and cancels her show, or I go on air with the truth about grandmother. Holly. Margaret's voice wavered. That's exactly what she would do. The words hit like a physical blow. She was right, I was becoming my mother, using secrets as weapons, manipulation as armor. My phone buzzed with Mother's reply. You've learned well, darling. But remember, I taught you everything you know. The production assistant's voice. 30 seconds. I looked at the monitor, at Mother's perfect mask now back in place as she chatted with the hosts, at my own reflection in the green room mirror, wearing her color, playing her game. No, I said, stepping back from the door. I'm not doing this her way. Linda frowned. What are you thinking? I pulled out my phone again, this time dialing the podcast producer's number. Move the recording to today. Right now. No preparation, no perfect masks, no edited versions of the truth. But tell them to start streaming live in 15 minutes. It's time everyone saw what really happens when the cameras are rolling. Through the window, I watched Mother's face as her phone buzzed with the notification. For the first time in my life, I saw her mask crack completely. The podcast studio's red recording light blinked like a warning beacon. Mother sat across from me, her perfect posture a shield, her smile frozen in place as Linda began the live stream. Today we're discussing family secrets, Linda said into her microphone. And what happens when the perfect family image cracks? Mother's hand tightened around her water glass. Darling, are you sure you want to do this? Some stories are better left within the family. I pulled out the stack of hidden letters from Dad. Like these stories, Mother? The ones you burned. Her eyes flickered, the tiniest tell. Those difficult years after the divorce were difficult because you made them difficult. My voice cracked. You hid Dad's letters, edited my childhood videos, and now you're trying to use my eating disorder to promote your show. I protected you, she said, her tone shifting to the one she used for cameras, concerned, authoritative. You were so fragile after your grandmother's death. The grandmother whose brake inspection you ignored? The studio went silent. Mother's face drained of color, then reformed into something harder. Be very careful, Holly. You're not the only one with evidence. She reached into her bag, pulling out a USB drive. Remember that summer before college? Your little episode with the sleeping pills. My chest constricted. That was an accident. Is that what we'll hear in the emergency room recording? Or your therapy sessions with Dr. Avery, the ones I paid for? Linda started to interrupt, but Mother continued, her voice honey-sweet. Did you tell them about the night you threatened to jump from the balcony? How many times I had to save you from yourself? The room spun. She'd been recording everything all along, building her defense while pretending to help me heal. You didn't save me, I whispered. You created me. And you've done beautifully, darling. Your books, your success, all because I pushed you to be better. Now shall we tell your readers about the real inspiration behind your thriller heroines? About how many times Mommy had to cover up your little incidents. My throat closed. She was right. She documented everything, twisted every cry for help into ammunition, just like she'd done with her own mother. The live stream counter showed thousands watching, waiting, judging. Holly. Linda's voice seemed far away. We can stop. No. Mother's smile turned razor sharp. Let's have the truth, shall we? About how my disturbed daughter is trying to destroy me, because she never learned to take responsibility for her own actions. My carefully gathered evidence felt worthless now. She'd turned my pain into my fault just like always, and thousands were watching me crumble. Tell them about grandmother's breaks, I said, my voice small. Tell them about the pills, she countered. About the nights you spent screaming that you hated me, that you wished I were dead. Like mother, like daughter. Isn't that what you're suggesting? The truth hit like a physical blow. She was right. I'd become her. Calculating, manipulative, willing to destroy everything for revenge. The live stream numbers kept climbing as I sat there, paralyzed by the reflection of myself in her eyes. My phone buzzed, Dad. Don't let her win. Remember who you really are. But who was I? The victim? The villain? The disturbed daughter or the righteous avenger? Mother reached across the table, her hand covering mine in a gesture that looked loving to the cameras but felt like handcuffs. Shall we tell them our truth, darling? Or should we stick to the story that sells? The red recording light kept blinking, witness to my surrender. In trying to expose her, I'd given her exactly what she wanted, control of the narrative, proof of my instability, and a live audience to witness my destruction. Well, Holly. Mother's voice dripped concern. What's it going to be? The USB drive sat between us like a loaded gun. My evidence against her life-destroying secrets about me. In the end, we'd both lose or both maintain the facade. Just like she'd planned all along. The studio lights flickered, signaling the 5-minute break. Mother reached for her water glass, her hand trembling slightly. The first real crack in her armor I'd seen in decades. Those recordings, I said quietly. You didn't just keep them to protect yourself, did you? She stiffened. Don't try to psychoanalyze me, Holly. That's what I paid Dr. Avery for. No, you kept them because you were scared. Just like your mother kept recordings of you. The glass froze halfway to her lips. What? I pulled out one final piece of evidence. An ancient cassette tape Margaret had found in grandmother's belongings. She recorded everything too. Your episodes. Your difficult phases. Sound familiar? Linda signaled 2 minutes until we were live again. Mother's perfectly manicured nails drummed against the table. You don't know what you're talking about. Play it, I said, sliding the tape across the table. Or I will. Her fingers closed around it, knuckles white. You wouldn't dare. Why not? Isn't that what you taught me? Use anything, hurt anyone, just keep control of the story. I taught you to survive. The words exploded from her, echoing in the sudden silence. The makeup artist who'd approached for touch-ups retreated quickly. 1 minute, Linda called. Mother's face crumpled for a fraction of a second before she caught herself. You don't understand what it was like being her daughter. The constant criticism, the public humiliation, the recordings. I finished. The threats? The manipulation. She looked down at the tape, then at her USB drive. 2 generations of pain, wrapped in magnetic strips and digital files. 30 seconds. We can stop this, I said. Both of us. Right now. And say what? Her laugh was bitter. That we're both damaged? That I became everything I hated about her? That you're becoming everything you hate about me? No. I reached across the table, not to touch her hand like she'd done for the cameras, but to take both drives. We say that it stops here. That we break the cycle. The red light blinked on. Mother's eyes met mine, wide with something that might have been fear or recognition. Welcome back, Linda began, but I cut her off. Before we continue, I said, standing up, I want to tell a different story. Not about victims and villains, but about patterns. About how hurt people hurt people. I held up both drives. These contain evidence. Secrets. Weapons we've gathered to destroy each other. Just like my grandmother did to my mother. And my mother did to me. Mother's mouth opened, but no sound came out. But there's one thing these recordings can't show, I continued. The moment we choose to be better. To end the cycle. I walked to the studio's coffee station, where a metal trash can sat. Mother half rose from her chair. Holly, don't. The drives clattered into the can. I pulled out my lighter, the one I'd carried since my first failed attempt at running away at 16. Holly. Mother's voice cracked. Please. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time I saw past the perfect makeup and practiced smile. I saw the scared daughter beneath, the one who'd learned the wrong lessons about love and protection. I forgive you, I said, dropping the lighter in. The plastic melted, taking our weapons with it. Not for you. For me. Because I choose not to be the next link in this chain. The studio sat in stunned silence. Mother's facade cracked completely, tears cutting through her makeup. I don't know how, she whispered. I don't either, I admitted. But maybe that's where we start. Linda leaned forward. Mrs. Bennett? Would you like to respond? Mother looked at the burning trash can, then at me. Finally, she did something I'd never seen before. She reached up and wiped away her tears, smearing her perfect makeup, not caring about the cameras. My daughter, she said slowly, is braver than I ever was. The red light kept blinking, witness to a different kind of truth than either of us had planned. The morning sun streamed through my office window, casting shadows across the wall of reversed paintings. One by one, I turned them around, Mother's perfect family portraits facing the world again. Not as lies anymore, but as reminders. My phone buzzed. Another message from a podcast listener. They'd been pouring in since the broadcast, but this one caught my eye. Watched with my mother. We both cried. We're talking again after 5 years. A knock at my door. Margaret stood there holding a cardboard box. Found these while cleaning out my attic. Thought you might want them. Inside were dozens of small items from my childhood. Hair ribbons, report cards, crayon drawings, things Mother had asked Margaret to throw away for being imperfect. She called me yesterday, Margaret said, settling into my reading chair. First time since I quit. She asked about the day you won the spelling bee. The one where I stumbled on stage? The one where you got back up and won anyway. Margaret smiled. She said she finally understands why that was more important than how you looked doing it. My laptop chimed. An email from my publisher. The subject line read, New book proposal? Below was my working title, Perfectly Imperfect, Breaking the Cycle of Generational Trauma. Another knock. Dad and Rachel carrying coffee and bagels. We saw Mother's announcement, Rachel said. About canceling her show? Dad nodded. And about checking into therapy. Real therapy this time, not just for show. I touched one of the family portraits, tracing the frozen smiles. Dr. Avery recommended someone for her. Someone who specializes in generational patterns. Are you ready for this? Dad asked. The real work starts now. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed again. Mother's number. Not a text this time, a photo. Her sitting at her vanity, makeup removed, holding up her own childhood photo. The caption read, Learning to face mirrors honestly. Both kinds. She's trying, Rachel said softly. We both are. I picked up one of my childhood drawings from Margaret's box. A family portrait in crayon, everyone holding hands. It's not about forgetting anymore, or even really forgiving. It's about understanding. Dad touched the drawing. Your mother called me too. Asked about those letters she burned. She wants to know what they said. What did you tell her? That maybe it's time to write new ones. I looked at my laptop screen, at the book proposal waiting for a response. The cursor blinked at the end of the title, waiting for more. Margaret stood to leave, pausing at my wall of thriller novels. Will you still write them? Now that you've told the scariest story of all. I thought about Mother's face in the studio when I burned the evidence, about how breaking things isn't always about destruction. Sometimes it's about making space for something new to grow. I think, I said, there are different kinds of thrillers. Some are about revenge, some are about survival, and some are about the scariest thing of all, changing who we thought we had to be. My phone buzzed one final time. Mother again. Having coffee tomorrow at that little place by your office. The one with the imperfect china you always loved. If you're free. I looked at Dad, at Rachel, at Margaret, my chosen family who'd helped me find my voice. Then at Mother's message, an invitation, not a command. A door cracked open, not a cage. I picked up my childhood drawing and pinned it next to my book covers. Perfect smiles replaced by crooked crayon lines. Both versions of the truth, both part of the story. Tell her I'll be there, I typed back. And tell her to come as she is. We both will. The morning sun shifted, illuminating the wall of paintings, books, and drawings. Different versions of the same story, finally learning to coexist. Not perfectly, but honestly. And maybe that was the better ending anyway.
I stared at the iced tea dripping down my silk blouse, watching the amber liquid seep into the fabric like a growing bloodstain. The silence in the dining room was absolute, broken only by the soft plink of ice cubes hitting the hardwood floor. My name is Ruby, and this was the moment my mother-in-law decided to destroy my marriage. Oh dear, Linda said, her voice dripping with false concern. My hand must have slipped. She placed the empty pitcher on the table with deliberate care, her manicured fingers lingering on the crystal handle. I could feel every eye in the room on me. Jake's bewildered stare, Melanie's poorly concealed smirk, even little Emily's wide-eyed shock from her booster seat. The Sunday roast lay forgotten, steam still rising from the perfectly arranged plates. Let me help you clean up. Jake started to rise, but Linda's hand shot out, gripping his wrist. Actually, before anyone moves, I have something that needs addressing. She reached into her designer handbag, pulling out a thick manila envelope. These arrived yesterday, and I think now is the perfect time to discuss them. My stomach clenched as she slid the envelope across the table, leaving it just out of reach of the spreading tea puddle. I didn't need to open it to know what it contained. The familiar legal letterhead was visible through the paper. Divorce papers, Linda announced to the room, as if introducing the next course. Already filled out. All Jake needs to do is sign. I turned to my husband, searching his face for any sign of surprise, any hint that this was as much of an ambush for him as it was for me. But Jake wouldn't meet my eyes, suddenly fascinated by his untouched mashed potatoes. You knew about this? My voice came out steadier than I felt. Ruby, honey, Linda cut in before Jake could respond. Let's not make this more dramatic than it needs to be. We all know this marriage isn't working. Jake needs someone who understands family values, someone who can support his dreams instead of. She gestured vaguely at my tea-soaked appearance. Whatever this is. Melanie snorted into her wine glass. At least you didn't ruin one of your good outfits, Rubes. This one was clearly from the clearance rack. I stood up slowly, feeling the cold liquid running down my spine. Jake, I said quietly. Look at me. He raised his head finally, and what I saw in his eyes told me everything. This wasn't a sudden decision. This wasn't even his mother's idea, not entirely. This was premeditated, calculated, and I'd been too blind to see it coming. 8 years, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. 8 years of marriage, and you let your mother dump iced tea on me before serving divorce papers. It's not like that, he started, but I was already moving. I picked up my own glass of wine, a full-bodied red that Linda had been saving for a special occasion, and walked around the table with measured steps. Linda's smug expression faltered slightly as I approached. You're right about one thing, I said, standing over her. This marriage isn't working. I tipped the glass, watching the red wine cascade over her perfectly coiffed hair, down her expensive white blouse. But you're wrong about who needs to understand family values. Emily giggled from her seat, quickly stifled by Melanie's sharp shush. I turned on my heel and walked toward the door, pausing only to grab my car keys from the entry table. Behind me, I could hear Linda's outraged sputtering and Jake's weak attempts to calm her down. Ruby, wait, Jake called after me. I didn't wait. I didn't look back. But I made a promise to myself as I stepped into the evening air. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The hotel room keycard trembled in my hand as memories of our first date flooded back. Jake had worn that ridiculous blue tie with cartoon ducks on it, claiming it was his lucky charm. I'd found it endearing then, his nervous energy, his grand dreams of starting his own business empire. Now, 8 years later, that same tie hung in our closet, pristine and unworn, while my credit cards groaned under the weight of his failed ventures. My phone buzzed. Another message from Jake. Please come home. We can talk about this. I tossed the phone onto the bed and started pacing. The same bed where I'd spent the last 3 hours scrolling through our joint bank accounts, watching our life together dissolve into a series of suspicious transactions and unexplained withdrawals. A knock at the door made me freeze. Ruby. Melanie's voice. I know you're in there. I considered ignoring her, but curiosity won out. When I opened the door, she pushed past me, reeking of expensive perfume and desperation. You're making a huge mistake, she said, dropping onto the room's single chair. Jake's a mess. Mom's furious. This isn't how family handles things. Family? I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Is that what we're calling it now? Don't be dramatic. So Mom got a little carried away with the tea thing. But you had to know this was coming. What Jake needs, I cut in, is to grow a spine. What he doesn't need is another enabler making excuses for his failures. Melanie's face hardened. At least he tries. All you do is judge him from your corporate ivory tower while he what? Burns through our savings? Takes out loans we can't afford? Tell me, Melanie, how many of his sure-thing investments have you backed? She shifted uncomfortably. That's different. I believe in his vision. His vision? I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. You mean like the cryptocurrency mining operation that nearly burned down our garage? Or maybe the artisanal pickle business that lasted exactly 2 weeks? You never supported him properly, she snapped. If you just what? Keep working 60-hour weeks so he can chase pipe dreams with Mommy's approval? I'm done being the family ATM. Melanie stood, smoothing her designer dress. Mom was right about you. You never deserved Jake. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about him. I moved to open the door. Oh, and Melanie? That Cartier bracelet you're wearing? The one Jake gave you for your birthday? I paid for that too. She flushed, her hand automatically covering the bracelet. He said a lot of things. Now get out. After she left, I sat down at the small desk and opened my laptop. The cursor blinked accusingly as I logged into our joint accounts again. That's when I noticed something odd. A series of regular transfers to an account I didn't recognize, starting exactly 2 months after our wedding. My fingers flew across the keyboard as I dug deeper. Each transfer was labeled business investment, but the receiving account. I felt my stomach drop as I recognized Linda's bank. The amounts weren't huge, but over 8 years, they added up to nearly 6 figures. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Linda. I hope you're proud of yourself. Jake's devastated. Emily keeps asking where her Aunt Ruby is. If you had any decency, you'd sign those papers quietly and leave us in peace. I stared at the message, then back at the screen showing the transfer history. A cold clarity settled over me. They thought they had me cornered, humiliated, defeated. They expected me to slink away, sign their papers, vanish from their lives. Instead, I opened a new document and started typing. Every transaction, every failed business venture, every manipulative moment, I documented it all. Linda wanted peace. She was about to learn that peace came at a price, and I wasn't the one who would be paying it. The truth was a weapon, and I finally knew exactly where to aim it. The credit alert pinged on my phone while I was in a meeting with the company's board. My hands went numb as I stared at the notification. A loan approval for $50,000. A loan I never applied for. I excused myself, ignoring the concerned looks from my colleagues. In the hallway, I called the bank, my voice steady despite the rage building in my chest. Yes, Mrs. Harrison, the loan was approved this morning. Your husband provided all the necessary documentation, including your power of attorney. Power of attorney. The words hit me like a physical blow. I remembered signing something last year, Jake insisting it was just a formality for his new business venture. It'll make things easier, he'd said, flashing that boyish smile that once made my heart flutter. My office phone was blinking when I returned, 3 messages from Linda. I deleted them without listening and opened my email instead. There it was, buried in my spam folder, a confirmation for a business registration. Harrison Family Ventures, LLC. Today's date. My name listed as guarantor. The knock on my office door made me jump. Ruby. It was my assistant, Sarah. There's someone here to see you. Says she's your niece. Emily stood in the reception area, her backpack clutched to her chest. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Aunt Ruby, she whispered. I didn't know where else to go. I ushered her into my office, closing the door on curious stares. Does your mom know you're here? She shook her head. Mom and Grandma are fighting. Uncle Jake came over and they're all yelling about money and papers and… She hiccuped. Mom said you stole from us. But that's not true, is it? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Melanie. I sent it to voicemail. Emily, sweetie, how did you get here? I took the bus. I remembered your building from when you showed me where you work. She pulled something from her backpack, a manila folder. I found this in Mom's room. She was crying over it last night. The folder contained bank statements, loan documents, and emails, dozens of them. Between Linda, Jake, and Melanie. Planning. Calculating. Using my income, my credit, my reputation to fund their schemes. You're not the bad guy, Emily said quietly. They are. My phone buzzed again. Jake this time. Where's Emily? Mel's freaking out. Call me. I looked at Emily, then at the documents spread across my desk. 8 years of manipulation laid bare by an 8-year-old's curiosity. Emily, I need to get you home. Please don't make me go back, she whispered. They're different when you're not there. Meaner. Grandma says terrible things, and Mom just agrees with everything, and Uncle Jake. My office phone rang. Linda's name flashed on the caller ID. I made a decision. Sarah, I called out, cancel my meetings for the rest of the day. I gathered the documents, tucking them into my briefcase. Emily, how do you feel about ice cream? Her face lit up, then fell. But Mom says. Your mom says a lot of things. I took her hand. Let's go make some new rules. In the elevator, I texted Jake, Emily's safe. With me. Don't worry. I'll document everything carefully. Just like you all did. The responses came rapid fire. Threats from Melanie. Guilt trips from Jake. Linda's message was just one line. You've gone too far. I looked at Emily, who was humming softly, her small hand still in mine. No, Linda. You all went too far. And now you're going to learn what happens when you push someone past their breaking point. Aunt Ruby. Emily's voice was small. Are you going to make them stop? I squeezed her hand. Yes, sweetheart. I'm going to make them stop. And I knew exactly where to begin. The folder in my briefcase wasn't just evidence of their betrayal. It was ammunition. They thought they were destroying me. Instead, they'd handed me everything I needed to tear their carefully constructed facade apart. Starting now. The police station's fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows as I sat across from Detective Morris. Emily's folder spread between us. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, but my voice remained steady. Identity theft, fraud, unauthorized loans. Morris flipped through the documents. This is serious, Mrs. Harrison. But are you sure you want to pursue this? It's your husband we're talking about. Ex-husband, I corrected. And yes, I'm sure. My phone vibrated. Another message from Linda. You're making a terrible mistake. Think about Emily. That's exactly what I was doing. The detective's office door opened. Sarah, my assistant, rushed in, clutching her tablet. Ruby, you need to see this. She turned the screen toward me. Our company's internal homepage displayed a lengthy email from Jake to the entire board of directors. My stomach lurched as I read. Accusations of embezzlement, fabricated evidence of me stealing company funds, carefully doctored screenshots of transactions I'd never made. They're calling an emergency board meeting, Sarah whispered. Tomorrow morning. Detective Morris leaned forward. This complicates things. My laugh sounded hollow, even to my own ears. You think. A knock on the door made us all turn. Melanie stood there, mascara streaked down her face. Ruby, please. Mom's taken Emily. The world tilted sideways. What? She says she's protecting her from all of us. She won't tell me where they're going. Melanie's voice cracked. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know how far she'd go. Detective Morris was already on the phone, barking orders about an endangered minor. I gripped the edge of the desk, trying to stay upright as Melanie continued. The loans, the business ventures, they weren't Jake's idea. Mom's been planning this for years. She wanted to ruin you, make you look unstable. But now Emily's gone and I can't. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. A photo of Emily, sleeping in what looked like a car seat. Below it, 2 words, choose wisely. Mrs. Harrison, Detective Morris said, we need to move quickly. But if we pursue these charges, your mother-in-law could retaliate with her own accusations. Given the email to your board. She's counting on that, I said, the pieces finally clicking into place. She thinks I'll back down to save my career. That I'll let them write me off as the unstable, greedy wife who tried to destroy the family. Sarah touched my arm. Ruby, the board meeting. Can wait. I stood up, gathering the documents. Detective, I want to file those charges. All of them. And I want a restraining order against Linda Harrison. Ruby, please, Melanie begged. If you do this, if I don't, Emily grows up thinking this is normal. That it's okay for family to manipulate and destroy each other. I turned to her. You can help us find her, or you can leave. Choose wisely. Melanie's face crumpled. She pulled out her phone, hands trembling. Mom has a lake house. It's not in her name, it's under a shell company. Emily and I spent last summer there. Detective Morris was already moving, coordinating with other officers. I watched them spring into action, feeling strangely calm. The career I'd built, my reputation, my future, all of it hung by a thread. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I knew exactly what I was fighting for. My phone buzzed one last time. Jake, whatever you're planning, don't. You'll lose everything. I typed back 3 words. I already have. Then I blocked his number and turned to Detective Morris. What do you need me to do? The detective smiled grimly. Tell me everything. From the beginning. So I did. Because some things were worth losing everything for. And some battles needed to be fought, no matter the cost. Behind me, Melanie sank into a chair, her face in her hands. Ahead, the detectives' team mobilized to find Emily. And somewhere between justice and revenge, I finally found my line in the sand. Linda wanted a war. She was about to get one. The lake house loomed before us, dark and silent in the pre-dawn light. Detective Morris's team moved into position while I sat in the unmarked car, my heart hammering against my ribs. Melanie fidgeted beside me, her fingers twisting a tissue into shreds. Mom always comes here when she's upset, she whispered. Ever since Dad. Since what? Since he tried to leave her. She made sure he lost everything first. A crackle of static from the police radio made us both jump. Movement inside. East window. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, watching shadows shift behind curtains. Somewhere in there was Emily, caught in Linda's web of control and manipulation, just like her mother had been, just like Jake. The radio crackled again. Subject is moving toward the back door with the child. Now, Morris ordered. Everything exploded into motion. Officers emerged from the shadows, converging on the house. But before they reached the door, Linda stepped onto the back deck. Emily clutched against her chest. Stay back, she called out, her voice carrying across the yard. I'm not letting you take her. I reached for the car door, but Morris's hand shot out. Wait, Ruby. Linda spotted me in the car. Come out here. Face me yourself instead of hiding behind the police. Melanie grabbed my arm. Don't. You don't know what she's capable of. I know exactly what she's capable of. I shook off her grip and stepped out of the car. Linda's laugh carried across the space between us. Finally showing some backbone? Too late, dear. The board's already seen the evidence against you. Your career is over. Jake's filing criminal charges. You've lost everything. Emily, I called out, ignoring Linda. Are you okay, sweetheart? The little girl nodded, her eyes wide with fear. She's fine, Linda snapped. Better than she'd be with a thief for an aunt. Did you really think I wouldn't have proof of your embezzlement? That I wouldn't protect my family from you? I took another step forward. Like you protected them from your husband? Linda's face went white. Behind me, Melanie made a choked sound. Melanie told me everything, Linda. About the lake house. About what you did to her father. How many others have you destroyed to maintain control? You don't know anything, Linda hissed, but her grip on Emily loosened slightly. I kept walking, each step measured, deliberate. I know about the offshore accounts, the shell companies, the pattern of destruction that follows anyone who challenges you. I have proof of all of it. You're bluffing. Am I? Check your phone. She shifted Emily to one arm, pulling out her phone. I watched her face change as she saw the email I'd sent minutes ago. Documents, bank records, testimonies from her past victims. All copied to the board, the police, and every major news outlet in the city. You wouldn't, she whispered. You taught me well, Linda. Sometimes you have to burn everything down to build something new. Emily suddenly twisted free, running toward me. I caught her as Linda lunged forward, but the police were already moving. In seconds, they had her surrounded. You'll regret this, Linda snarled as they led her away. All of you will. I held Emily close, feeling her trembling. Melanie approached slowly, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, she whispered. I should have stopped her years ago. Mom. Emily's small voice cut through the chaos. Are we safe now? I looked at the lake house, at Linda being placed in a police car, at the life I'd just burned to the ground. The sky was lightening, dawn breaking over the water. Yes, I said, and for the first time in years, I believed it. We're safe. My phone buzzed. Jake, probably learning what had happened. I declined the call. Whatever came next, whatever price I had to pay, some things were worth losing everything for. The sun rose over the lake, painting the world in shades of gold and promise. The boardroom felt like a tomb, 15 faces staring down at me from the elevated platform. My presentation materials, proof of Linda's schemes, Jake's fraud, the years of manipulation, sat untouched before them. Chairman Roberts hadn't even opened the folder. Mrs. Harrison, he said, these allegations against your mother-in-law are troubling. They're not allegations. They're facts. Facts that conveniently emerged after suspicious transfers were detected from company accounts under your supervision. The projector hummed to life, displaying transaction records. My stomach dropped as I recognized the pattern. Perfectly crafted forgeries showing years of systematic theft. Linda's work, wearing my digital fingerprints. I can explain. Mrs. Harrison, Roberts cut in, given the severity of these discoveries and your recent emotional instability, the board has decided to suspend you pending investigation. Security waited by the door. My access badge would be deactivated before I reached the lobby. 15 years of climbing the corporate ladder, destroyed in 15 minutes. My phone vibrated. Jake's lawyer. Criminal charges filed. Court date set. Recommend immediate settlement. I walked out with my head high, past Sarah's tearful face, past the whispers and stares. In the elevator, another message pinged. Melanie. They're releasing Mom on bail. Emily's scared. Please help. The doors opened to reveal Jake waiting in the lobby, looking haunted. Ruby, we need to talk. Now you want to talk? After filing criminal charges. I didn't. Mom's lawyer filed them. I tried to stop it, but you're still too weak to stand up to her. I moved past him, but he caught my arm. She's destroying everything, he whispered. The business loans, the fraud charges, she set us both up. I found proof, but she threatened Emily if I came forward. I jerked away. Convenient timing, Jake. Where was this revelation when she was pouring tea over my head? Ruby, please. I know I messed up, but Emily, don't. My voice cracked. Don't use that child as a shield for your cowardice. Outside, reporters waited. Linda's email to the media had done its work. The successful executive's spectacular fall from grace, complete with accusations of theft and family betrayal. Cameras flashed as I pushed through them. My phone buzzed again. Detective Morris, evidence compromised. Internal Affairs investigation launched. Can't help further. Of course. Linda's influence reached far. I made it to my car before the tears came. Everything I'd built, everything I'd fought for gone. Linda had outmaneuvered me at every turn, using my own weapons against me. Even my attempt to expose her had played into her hands. A tap on my window made me jump. Emily stood there, tears streaming down her face. Behind her, Melanie hovered uncertainly. Grandma's coming home, Emily sobbed as I opened the door. She says we're all going to live together now. Be a proper family. She says you're sick and need help. Emily, Melanie called. We should go. No. Emily clung to me. Aunt Ruby's not sick. Grandma's the one who hurts people. I saw the papers, the ones she made Uncle Jake sign. I heard her on the phone about the fake money stuff. Melanie went pale. Emily, what papers? In Grandma's special room. The one we're not supposed to talk about. I looked at Melanie, seeing the same realization dawn in her eyes. Linda's perfect plan had one flaw. She'd forgotten about the one person she thought didn't matter. The child who saw everything. Emily, I said carefully, would you be brave enough to tell Detective Morris about those papers? She nodded, squeezing my hand. My phone buzzed one last time. Linda, it's over, Ruby. You've lost. I looked at Emily's determined face, at Melanie's dawning courage, at the truth finally emerging from the shadows. Maybe I had lost everything. But sometimes, losing everything was just the beginning. No, Linda, I whispered. It's just starting. Linda's special room looked exactly as Emily had described, a pristine home office with walls of filing cabinets. Detective Morris and his team moved methodically through the space while Linda sat rigid in her chair, her perfect posture finally cracking. This is harassment, she spat. You have no right. Actually, Morris held up the warrant. We do. Emily's testimony was quite specific about which cabinet contained the forged documents. I leaned against the doorframe, watching Linda's face. The same face that had smiled while dumping tea on me, now twisted with barely contained rage. You're using a child, she hissed at me. My own granddaughter. No, Linda. You used her. Just like you used Jake, Melanie, and everyone else. The detective's voice cut through our tension. Found it. Linda lunged for the drawer, but two officers held her back. Morris pulled out a thick folder. Original loan documents, banking records, emails outlining her entire scheme. Everything Emily had described. It's over, Mom. Jake stood in the doorway, Melanie beside him. Both looked shell-shocked as Morris read out document after document. You ungrateful children, Linda's voice trembled. Everything I did was for this family. To keep us together. To make us strong. You made us weak. Melanie stepped forward. You made us afraid. Of you, a failure of everything. Afraid. Linda laughed, high and brittle. I made you successful. Ask your father how well he did after he left. Ask anyone who's crossed me. Ask Emily. I cut in. What were you teaching her, Linda? That love means control? That family means fear. She turned on me, mask finally shattering. You were nothing before this family. A nobody from nowhere who thought she could take my son, my legacy. Your legacy? Jake's voice cracked. Look around, Mom. Look what you've built. Lies. Fraud. Your own granddaughter testified against you because she was more afraid of your love than your anger. Speaking of testimony, Morris interrupted. Mrs. Harrison, we found evidence of extensive financial fraud, identity theft, and criminal conspiracy. You'll need to come with us. Linda's eyes darted around the room, finding no allies. You can't prove. Actually, I pulled out my phone. We can. Emily wasn't the only one gathering evidence. Remember that charity foundation you used to launder money? Their board just voted to cooperate with the investigation. Fully. The color drained from her face. You learned from the best. I stepped closer. You taught me well, Linda. About power. About consequences. About family. She lunged at me suddenly, years of careful control exploding into rage. But before the officers could react, Melanie caught her mother's arm. Stop. Melanie's voice was quiet but firm. Just stop. Linda stared at her daughter's hand, then at Jake's resolute face, then finally at me. Something crumbled behind her eyes. You've destroyed everything, she whispered. No, I replied. You did that yourself. I just showed them the truth. As the officers led her away, Jake touched my arm. Ruby, don't. I stepped back. This isn't forgiveness, Jake. This is justice. There's a difference. What happens now? Melanie asked, staring at the empty doorway where her mother had disappeared. Emily's voice answered from the hallway. We get better. We all turned. She stood there, small but straight-backed, looking so much stronger than any of us. We get better, she repeated. Right, Aunt Ruby? I looked at this broken family. Jake's shame, Melanie's grief, Emily's hope. The revenge I'd wanted had transformed into something else. Something that felt less like victory and more like liberation. Yes, I said, taking Emily's hand. We get better. Behind us, Linda's perfect room lay in ruins, her careful facade stripped away. But in that destruction, I saw something new emerging. Something real. Sometimes revenge isn't about destroying your enemies. Sometimes it's about destroying the lies they built their power on. And sometimes that's enough. The courtroom emptied slowly, murmurs echoing off marble walls as Linda was led away in handcuffs. I remained seated, watching Emily draw patterns on the wooden bench with her finger. 7 to 10 years, she said thoughtfully. That's like forever. Not forever, I replied. Just long enough. Melanie approached, clutching her purse like a shield. The house sold. Above asking price. She handed me an envelope. Your share of the proceeds. I know it doesn't make up for. Keep it, I said. Put it in Emily's college fund. The ghost of a smile crossed her face. You're still looking out for us, even after everything. Not for us, Emily corrected. For me. Because I told the truth. Jake lingered by the courtroom doors, uncertain. He'd testified against his mother, finally finding his voice after years of silence. Too late for us, but maybe not too late for himself. My phone buzzed, a message from the board. After Linda's conviction, they'd launched an internal investigation that cleared my name. They wanted me back, with a promotion and a public apology. I deleted the message without responding. You're not going back, are you? Emily asked, watching my face. No. Some places you can't go back to. Sometimes you have to build something new. Like my art studio. She pulled a folded paper from her pocket. A business plan written in crayon, complete with stick figure drawings. Mom says I'm too young, but I've been saving my allowance. Melanie sighed. Emily. Actually, I interrupted. I'd like to hear this pitch. Emily's face lit up. She launched into her presentation, describing her vision for an after-school art program for kids. No pressure, no competition, just creation. A safe space to express themselves. And see. She pointed to a wobbly organizational chart. You could help run it, Aunt Ruby. You're good at business stuff and Mom's good at art, and we could. She stopped, uncertain. Unless you don't want to be around us anymore. The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of everything that had happened. I looked at Melanie's hopeful expression, at Jake's distant guilt, at Emily's simple wisdom. You know what Linda never understood? I said finally. The difference between controlling people and supporting them. Between fear and love. Emily nodded solemnly. Like how she said she was protecting us, but really she was just scared of losing us? Exactly. I picked up her business plan. So maybe it's time to build something different. Something real. Is that a yes? Her eyes sparkled. It's a let's talk about it. Over ice cream. Can Mom come? I met Melanie's gaze. If she wants to. Jake stepped forward. Ruby, not you, Jake. I kept my voice gentle but firm. Some bridges stay burned. But I hope you build better ones. He nodded, understanding finally settling into his features. As he left, Emily slipped her hand into mine. Grandma said revenge would make you ugly inside, she whispered. But it didn't. It made you stronger. Made all of us stronger. I thought about Linda's face as the verdict was read, about the years of manipulation unraveled by a child's truth, about the difference between revenge and justice, between destruction and transformation. Ready to go? I asked. Emily nodded, then paused. Can we get chocolate ice cream? Any flavor you want. As we left the courthouse, I felt the weight of the past 8 years lifting. Linda's perfect family had shattered, but from its ruins, something authentic was emerging. Not perfect, not unmarked, but real. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even. Sometimes it's about getting free. And sometimes, freedom tastes like chocolate ice cream on a Tuesday afternoon, planning a future that nobody else gets to control.
I found it beneath my pillow, a small silver hoop earring with a dangling pearl. Not mine. Never mine. The sight of it made my stomach twist into familiar knots, the kind that signal your world is about to implode but your brain hasn't caught up yet. I'm Brooke, and until this moment, I'd been playing the role of the perfect wife in this pristine suburban nightmare. Funny how a tiny piece of jewelry can shatter years of carefully maintained denial. "Honey, have you seen my blue tie?" Ryan's voice drifted up from downstairs, casual and unbothered, like always. Like he hadn't just destroyed everything. "Check the laundry room," I called back, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. I rolled the earring between my fingers, feeling its weight, so light, yet somehow heavy enough to crush me. "Found it." He sounded pleased with himself. Always so pleased with himself. I heard his footsteps on the stairs and quickly slipped the earring into my pocket. Ryan appeared in the doorway, adjusting his tie with practiced precision. "Big case today. Probably won't be home until late." "Again?" I raised an eyebrow, watching him smooth down his already perfect hair in the mirror. "Your mother called. She's expecting us for dinner on Sunday." He barely flickered. "Did you tell her we're busy?" "No, because we're not." I moved closer, straightening his collar. Close enough to smell his cologne, to see the slight tension in his jaw. "Unless there's another late meeting." "Don't start, Brooke." He caught my hand, squeezed it just a little too hard. "You know how important this case is." I pulled away, forcing a smile. "Of course. The Morrison divorce, right?" "Thompson merger," he corrected, too quickly. "The Morrison case wrapped up last week." "My mistake." I turned away, organizing the already pristine dresser top. "Give my best to Mrs. Morrison." "Or Thompson. Whoever's keeping you late tonight." His reflection in the mirror stiffened. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." I picked up his discarded pajama pants, folded them with precise corners. "Just being a supportive wife. Isn't that what your mother's always saying I should be?" Ryan checked his watch, already dismissing the conversation. "I don't have time for this. We'll talk later." "Will we?" But he was already gone, his footsteps echoing down the stairs. I waited until I heard the garage door close, then pulled out the earring again. Such a delicate thing. Probably expensive. Ryan always did have expensive taste. In the morning light, the pearls seemed to mock me, gleaming with secrets I wasn't supposed to know. My phone buzzed. "Elena, coffee? You sound weird in your texts." I typed back, "Can't. Errands." Then added, "Actually, yes. Meet me at Riverside Cafe in 30. Her response was immediate, "On my way. Bring whatever's making you text like a crazy person at 8 a.m. I slipped the earring into an envelope, grabbed my purse, and headed for the door. As I passed the hall mirror, I caught my reflection, perfectly styled hair, carefully applied makeup. Designer clothes chosen to please my mother-in-law's critical eye. The woman staring back at me looked exactly like what Ryan wanted, the trophy wife, the perfect accessory to his successful life. That woman was about to become his biggest mistake. I pulled out my phone again and opened my banking app. Time to see exactly how many late meetings my husband had been expensing lately. Ryan taught me well: document everything, trust no one, and always be 3 steps ahead. Let's see how he likes having those lessons turned against him. The Sunday dinner table at the Davis household always felt like a courtroom, with Deborah as judge and jury. Tonight, the china clinked with particular menace as she served her signature pot roast. Her eyes fixed on the empty chair where Ryan should have been. Another late meeting? She didn't even try to hide the accusation in her tone. "The Morrison case is complicated," I lied, the same lie Ryan had fed me. The earring burned in my pocket where I'd kept it all week, my own secret evidence. A wife should know her husband's schedule. Deborah's knife scraped against her plate. In my day, we made sure to keep track. Frank cleared his throat. "Deb, let the girl eat." "I'm not a girl, Frank." The words slipped out before I could stop them. "And I'm quite aware of Ryan's schedule." Deborah's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. What exactly does that mean? I took a slow sip of wine, buying time. It means I respect my husband's career. Isn't that what you've always wanted? What I want, Deborah leaned forward, is for my son to have a proper home life. Children, perhaps? Instead of this modern arrangement. The word modern dripped with disdain. I set down my glass carefully, remembering Elena's words from our coffee meeting, don't let them bait you. You're playing chess, not checkers. Speaking of modern, I smiled sweetly, how's your online banking working out? Ryan mentioned setting it up for you. Deborah blinked, thrown by the change in topic. Oh, well. Yes. Though I prefer having Frank handle the finances. Really? Because I noticed Ryan's been helping with quite a few transfers lately. I watched her face carefully. Large ones. The color drained from Deborah's face. Frank suddenly became very interested in his pot roast. I don't know what you're implying, Deborah's voice wavered slightly. I'm not implying anything. Just making conversation about family finances. Isn't that what proper wives do? Frank's fork clattered against his plate. Brooke, perhaps we should. Perhaps we should discuss why Ryan's been moving money from his parents' accounts into a separate one. I pulled out my phone, sliding it across the table. Or why these transfers coincide with his late meetings. Deborah snatched up the phone, her hands shaking. These are private family matters. I am family. Or have you forgotten that in your rush to defend your perfect son? How dare you? How dare I what? Notice? Ask questions? Be more than just the trophy wife you wanted for Ryan? Frank stood abruptly. That's enough. You're right, Frank. It is enough. I stood too, gathering my purse. Thank you for dinner. Oh, and Deborah. You might want to check the Morrison case details. It ended 2 weeks ago. Ryan's been lying to all of us. I made it to my car before the tears started, but they weren't tears of sadness. For the first time in years, I felt something else, power. My phone buzzed with a text from Elena, did you do it? Phase 1 complete, I typed back. They know something's wrong, but not what. Yet. Another buzz, Ryan called. Looking for you. Of course he was. His mother would have reached him immediately, warning him that his carefully constructed world was starting to crack. I started the car, checking my rearview mirror. Deborah stood in the doorway, phone to her ear, gesturing frantically. Frank paced behind her, his military bearing forgotten in his agitation. My phone rang, Ryan's ringtone. I let it go to voicemail, imagining his face as he realized his mother knew about the money. He'd try to explain it away, of course. He was good at that. But the seeds of doubt were planted. The earring felt heavy in my pocket. Soon, very soon, it would make its appearance. But not yet. First, let him squirm, let him wonder what else I knew. I pulled away from the house, leaving chaos in my wake. Ryan had taught me well, in law, timing is everything. And my timing was about to become perfect. Ryan's laptop screen glowed in the darkness of his home office, illuminating secrets he thought were buried in encrypted files. Amazing what a spouse's birthday as a password can unlock. My hands trembled as I scrolled through email after email, each one worse than the last. Sarah, meet me at the usual place. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Miss you already. The messages stretched back months. Years. My marriage unraveling in time-stamped betrayals. A notification popped up, a new email from his bank. Another transfer, larger than the others. I clicked, then froze. The recipient's name matched the signature on those loving emails. Sarah Morrison. Not just his client's wife. His client's soon-to-be ex-wife. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. The Morrison divorce case. The one he'd wrapped up last week. The late meetings. The money from his parents. It all connected like a prosecutor's evidence board. My phone buzzed. Elena, you okay? It's 3 a.m. Before I could respond, headlights swept across the office window. Ryan's car, turning into the driveway. Early. Too early. I quickly closed the laptop, but not before forwarding key emails to my secure account. The stairs creaked under my feet as I hurried to our bedroom, heart pounding. The front door opened. Brooke? His voice carried up the stairs, tight with tension. We need to talk. I sat at my vanity, deliberately casual, when he appeared in the doorway. About what? My mother called. He loosened his tie, watching me in the mirror. Said you were asking questions about family finances. Worried about what I might find? His reflection smiled, but his eyes remained cold. There's nothing to find, sweetheart. Just some investments I'm handling for them. I opened my jewelry box, pulled out the pearl earring. Like this investment? The color drained from his face. Where did you? Your pillow. Last week. I set it on the vanity. Sarah has good taste. Tiffany's, right? Must have cost a fortune. Or did you use your parents' money for that too? It's not what you think. He stepped closer, reaching for my shoulder. I jerked away. Really? Because I think you're sleeping with your client's wife while stealing from your parents to fund your affair. I turned to face him. How am I doing so far? His facade cracked. Keep your voice down. Why? Afraid the neighbors might hear? Or afraid I might tell your mother exactly where her retirement fund went? You're being hysterical. His lawyer voice now, smooth and reasonable. Let me explain. Explain what? The hotel receipts. The secret account? Or should we discuss the Morrison case that conveniently made Sarah a very wealthy divorcee? He grabbed my arm, fingers digging in. You had no right to go through my things. Like you had no right to go through our marriage vows. I yanked free. Let me guess, Sarah's more understanding. More compliant. Everything your mother always wanted for you. Stop it. His voice cracked. Just stop. Why? Getting uncomfortable. Imagine how your father will feel when he learns his military pension is funding your midlife crisis. His hand shot out, knocking the jewelry box off the vanity. It crashed to the floor, scattering memories across the carpet. We both stared at the mess, breathing hard. You've changed, he whispered. No. I stepped over the scattered jewelry. I've just stopped pretending. Like you should have years ago. I grabbed my overnight bag, packed days ago, waiting for this moment. Ryan blocked the doorway. Where are you going? Away from you. Unless you'd like to explain to your parents why their daughter-in-law left in the middle of the night. He moved aside, defeated for now. But I knew better than to think it was over. We're not done, he called after me. Oh, we're just getting started. I paused at the top of the stairs. By the way, Sarah's other earring? Check your car's glove compartment. Wouldn't want her missing a matched set. I left him standing there, surrounded by the wreckage of his perfect life. In my purse, my phone buzzed with another bank notification. Another transfer from Ryan's account, this time, to my private one. Let him explain that to Sarah over their next late-night meeting. Elena's guest room felt like a confessional at 3 in the morning. I sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by printouts of bank statements and email threads, each page another nail in my marriage's coffin. You need to eat something, Elena appeared with coffee and toast. Revenge requires sustenance. I'm not sure it's revenge anymore. I pushed aside a stack of papers. It feels more like survival. My phone lit up, another message from Ryan. The 20th since I'd left. Each one increasingly desperate, come home. We can fix this. Don't do anything rash. Elena picked up one of the bank statements. Holy shit. Is this amount real? That's just what he took from his parents. I handed her another paper. This is what he's been moving to Sarah's accounts. The client's wife. Elena whistled. That's not just an affair. That's fraud. I finished her sentence. He's been manipulating the Morrison divorce settlement, hiding assets, creating fake expenses. The works. Have you told his parents? Not everything. I sipped the coffee, letting its warmth chase away the chill of certainty. Deborah called earlier. She's worried about Ryan's state of mind. Apparently, he's been acting erratic at work. Good. Elena's voice was hard. Let him squirm. My phone buzzed again. Not Ryan this time, Frank Davis. Brooke, we need to talk. Just us. Please. Elena read the message over my shoulder. It's a trap. Maybe. I stood up, pacing the room. But Frank's different from Deborah. He knows something's wrong with their accounts. He's been a military officer, he understands chain of command, following rules. And breaking them. Elena grabbed my arm. What if Ryan sent him? Then I'll have confirmation that they're all in it together. I started gathering the papers. Either way, I need to know. At least meet him somewhere public. I nodded, typing a response, the coffee shop on Main. 1 hour. Frank was already there when I arrived, sitting ramrod straight in his military posture. No coffee in front of him, just a manila envelope. Thank you for coming. He gestured to the chair across from him. I know this isn't easy. Nothing about this is easy, Frank. He slid the envelope across the table. I found these in Ryan's old room at our house. He's been retrieving things from our files. Inside were more bank statements, investment records, power of attorney documents. All with Ryan's signature. All dated months before the Morrison case began. He planned this, I whispered. All of it. There's more. Frank's voice cracked slightly. Sarah Morrison isn't just his client's wife. She's his college girlfriend. They reconnected when her husband hired him. The coffee shop suddenly felt too small, too exposed. Does Deborah know? She suspects. But she'll never admit it. Frank straightened his shoulders. I'm not here to defend him, Brooke. I'm here to warn you. Ryan's always been strategic. Even as a child. He doesn't lose well. What are you saying? I'm saying be careful. He's already trying to access your old accounts, your previous job records. He's building a case. Against me? I almost laughed. I'm not the one committing fraud. No, but you're the one who can expose it. Frank stood up. Whatever you're planning, do it fast. And Brooke? He paused. I'm sorry. For all of it. I watched him leave, the envelope heavy in my hands. My phone buzzed, Elena checking in. But another message caught my eye. An email notification. Account access alert, login attempt from unknown device. Then another, password reset requested. And another, security questions changed. Ryan wasn't just building a case. He was trying to erase me. I pulled out my phone, dialing Elena's number. Remember that lawyer friend of yours? The one who specializes in financial crimes? Lucas? Yeah, why? Tell him I need to meet. Today. I gathered my things, already moving. And Elena? Tell him to bring everything he has on the Morrison case. All of it. The game was changing. Ryan wanted to play dirty. Fine. But he'd forgotten one thing, I had nothing left to lose. And everything to prove. Lucas Reed's office felt like neutral territory, though the stack of Morrison case files between us was anything but neutral. He studied the documents I'd brought, his expression growing darker with each page. "This isn't just fraud," he said finally. "This is a calculated scheme spanning years. Ryan's been planning this since before he even took the Morrison case. Can we prove it? We can do better." He pulled out a USB drive. "Remember that ethics investigation at Ryan's firm last year? The one that mysteriously went away?" He plugged it in, turning his monitor toward me. "It never really went away." The screen filled with more documents, internal memos, complaint files, settlement agreements. All carefully buried, all involving Ryan. Sarah Morrison wasn't his first affair with a client, Lucas continued. Just his most ambitious. My phone buzzed, Ryan again. This time with a different tone. "I know you're meeting with Lucas Reed. Think carefully about your next move. He's watching me." I showed Lucas the message. "Good." Lucas smiled grimly. "Let him watch. It'll make this next part more interesting." He outlined the plan, each step more audacious than the last. By the time he finished, my hands were shaking, not from fear, but from possibility. "It's risky," he warned. "If we're wrong about any of this." "We're not." I stood up, gathering the files. "But I need to do something first." Elena was waiting outside in her car. "Well? Drive me home." "Are you insane? Ryan won't be there. It's Thursday. Board meeting until 7. I checked my watch. We have 2 hours. The house looked exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail, my jewelry box, now carefully restored to the vanity, every piece in place. Including both pearl earrings. "He's trying to gaslight you," Elena said, watching me examine them. "Make you doubt what you saw." "No." I picked up the earrings. "He's trying to prove he can fix anything. Control anything." I dropped them into my pocket. "Including me." We worked quickly, gathering what I needed, documents from Ryan's home office, backup drives, old photos. Evidence of the life he'd carefully constructed and was now desperately trying to preserve. A car door slammed outside. "Shit," Elena hissed. "He's early." "Go." I pushed her toward the back door. "Take everything. I'll handle this. Brooke. Trust me." Ryan found me sitting at his desk, calm as Sunday dinner. "You're home. Temporarily." I smiled, the way he'd taught me, pleasant, unrevealing. "Just getting some things in order." "By breaking into my office?" He moved closer, trying to intimidate. "Going through my files. Meeting with Lucas Reed." "You taught me well, Ryan. Document everything. Trust no one. Remember? Whatever you think you know. I know enough." I stood, matching his stance. "About Sarah. About the other women. About your parents' money. The question is, what do you want everyone else to know?" His mask slipped, just for a moment. "Are you threatening me?" "No, darling. I'm negotiating." I pulled out the pearl earrings, set them on his desk. "You have until Sunday dinner to tell your parents everything. Or I will. They'll never believe you. Maybe not. But the ethics board will. And so will the police." I moved past him, pausing at the door. "Oh, and Ryan? I'm keeping my house key. For now." "Why are you doing this?" His voice cracked. "We could fix this. Because you didn't just betray me, Ryan. You tried to erase me." I turned back one last time. "Now I'm returning the favor." Elena was waiting around the corner, engine running. As we pulled away, I saw Ryan through the office window, standing exactly where I'd left him, holding those damned earrings. "You okay?" Elena asked. I checked my phone, one new message from Lucas, everything's in place. Ready when you are. I'm perfect, I replied, to both of them. Sunday dinner's going to be interesting. The pearls in my pocket felt lighter now. No longer evidence of betrayal, but ammunition for what was coming. Ryan wanted to play chess. Fine. But he'd forgotten who taught him how to lose. Sunday dinner arrived with storm clouds and the weight of inevitability. I walked into the Davis family home for what I knew would be the last time. Carrying a folder that felt heavier than all my years of marriage combined. Deborah's perfect table setting screamed of denial, her best china, crystal glasses. Everything arranged as if normalcy could be forced through proper placement. Brooke. Ryan stood as I entered, his lawyer's smile firmly in place. We weren't sure you'd come. And miss family dinner? I took my usual seat, noting how Frank's hands trembled slightly on his water glass. Wouldn't dream of it. Well, Deborah bustled in with her pot roast, isn't this nice? All of us together again. The silence that followed felt like a noose tightening. Ryan watched me, waiting. He thought he knew what was coming. He'd prepared for it, probably had counter-arguments ready for every accusation. Sarah sends her regards, I said quietly, cutting into my meat. Ryan's fork clattered against his plate. Deborah froze mid-pour. I ran into her yesterday, I continued. At the bank, actually. She was quite surprised to see me there. Almost as surprised as when I showed her the transfer records. Brooke, Ryan started. Did you know, I turned to Frank, that Sarah Morrison was Ryan's college girlfriend? Before he married me. Such a romantic reunion story. Though I suppose her husband didn't think so. That's enough. Ryan's voice cracked like a whip. No, it's not. I pulled out my folder. Would you like to tell them about the money, Ryan? Or should I? What money? Deborah's voice was barely a whisper. I slid documents across the table, bank statements, transfer records, emails. Your retirement fund, Deborah. The one Ryan's been managing. Did you check the balance lately? Frank picked up a statement, his military posture crumbling as he read. Son. It's not what it looks like, Ryan stood, desperate now. I can explain everything. Like you explained the ethics investigation. I kept my voice steady. Or the other client affairs. Or how about? The slap caught me off guard, Deborah's hand connecting with my cheek with surprising force. How dare you? In my house. Mother, Ryan reached for her, but she shrugged him off. No. I won't listen to these lies. These accusations against my son are true. Frank's voice cut through her hysteria. He held up another document. The signatures. The dates. It's all here. Frank, please. How much? Frank's question fell like a hammer. How much did you take? Ryan's facade cracked. I can fix this. I just need time. Time for what? I stood slowly. To hide more money. To destroy more evidence. To erase more people who get in your way. I never. You tried to erase me, Ryan. My accounts, my history, my identity, all mysteriously compromised this week. But you forgot something. I pulled out my phone, showed them the screen. Lucas Reed sends his regards. And so does the ethics board. The room tilted sideways as Ryan lunged, not at me, but at the folder. Papers scattered like confetti, Deborah screamed, Frank's water glass shattered on the floor. When the chaos settled, Ryan held a single sheet of paper, his hands shaking. The divorce papers. Already signed. It's over, I said quietly. The board has everything. The police have everything. Sarah Morrison has everything. You bitch. Deborah's voice trembled. You've destroyed this family. No, Deborah. Your son did that. I gathered my purse, stepping carefully around the broken glass. Check your accounts. All of them. Then decide who really betrayed this family. I made it to my car before my hands started shaking. My phone buzzed. Elena, done. Through the dining room window, I could see them, Frank holding the documents, Deborah crying. Ryan standing alone in the wreckage of his perfect life. Almost, I typed back. One more thing to do. I pulled out the pearl earrings, my final piece of evidence, my last act of revenge. Tomorrow they'd be on Sarah Morrison's doorstep, along with copies of everything. Let her explain that to her divorce lawyer. Sometimes karma needs a little help. The law firm's parking garage felt like neutral ground at midnight. Ryan stood between two cars, his perfect suit wrinkled, his lawyer's mask finally cracking. Behind him, Sarah Morrison emerged from the shadows, clutching her designer purse like a shield. You wanted to talk, I said. So talk. This is insane, Brooke. Ryan stepped forward. We can still fix this. All of it. Fix what exactly? I glanced at Sarah. The fraud? The affairs? Or just your reputation? Sarah's perfectly manicured hand trembled. Ryan said you were being unreasonable. Unreasonable? I pulled out my phone, clicked play. Ryan's voice filled the garage, discussing money transfers, fake accounts, plans made years ago. Is that what you call this? Where did you get that? Ryan's voice cracked. Your office. The night I left. Amazing what people say when they think they're alone. I paused the recording. Want to hear the rest? The part about Sarah's husband? Sarah's face went white. What about my husband? Don't, Ryan warned. Why not? Afraid she'll learn how you orchestrated her entire divorce. How you manipulated the settlement to hide money for both of you. That's not, Sarah started. True. I laughed. Check your new offshore account. The one Ryan set up last month. Funny how the amounts match what disappeared from his parents' retirement fund. Ryan lunged for my phone. I stepped back, letting him stumble. Careful. Lucas Reed has copies of everything. One wrong move and it all goes public. You're bluffing. Am I? I nodded toward the garage entrance. Right on cue, Frank's military straight figure appeared, followed by two men in suits. Hello, son. Frank's voice echoed. These gentlemen from the ethics board would like a word. Ryan's face contorted. You brought my father into this? No, Ryan. You did that yourself. I turned to Sarah. They'll want to talk to you too. About the Morrison settlement, the hidden accounts, everything. Sarah's designer bag hit the floor. You promised this wouldn't happen, she hissed at Ryan. You said you had it under control. I did. I do. Ryan reached for her, but she recoiled. Baby, please. Don't baby me. She backed away. My divorce settlement? My accounts? What did you do? What he always does, I answered. Uses people, then erases them when they're no longer useful. The ethics board investigators moved closer. Ryan's eyes darted between them, his father, Sarah, me, looking for an escape route that didn't exist. Brooke, his voice softened, desperate now. Everything I did for us. For our future. No. I stepped closer, close enough to smell his expensive cologne one last time. Everything you did for yourself. And now you get to experience what it feels like to be erased. I pulled out the pearl earrings, his last gift to Sarah, and dropped them at his feet. Your mother wanted me to return these. Apparently, they're family heirlooms. From your grandmother. Sarah's gasp was audible. Ryan's face crumpled. Miss Morrison. One investigator stepped forward. We'll need you to come with us. Wait, Sarah grabbed her bag. I can explain. Save it for the deposition. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Ryan. The divorce papers are already filed. Your signature's been notarized. Funny how cooperative people get when shown the right evidence. Frank moved to his son's side as the investigators closed in. I'm sorry, son. But this ends now. I walked away to the sound of rights being read, Sarah's heels clicking as she fled, and Ryan's world collapsing behind me. Elena waited in her car at the garage entrance. You okay? She asked as I slid into the passenger seat. I watched in the rearview mirror as Ryan was led away, his perfect suit rumpled, his careful plans in ruins. The man who tried to erase me was finally facing erasure himself. I'm free, I said, and for the first time in years, it felt like truth. The courthouse steps felt different this time, no longer intimidating, just stone and concrete beneath my feet. I adjusted my marketing director nameplate, still new enough to make me smile. Elena's company had welcomed me back like I'd never left. Brooke. I turned to find Ryan standing there, his expensive suit replaced by something off the rack. The ethics board investigation had stripped away more than just his law license. The restitution hearing's over, I said. You didn't need to wait. I know. He shifted, uncomfortable in his new skin. I saw Frank there. He wouldn't look at me. Can you blame him? No. He ran a hand through his graying hair. Mother's still not speaking to anyone. The shame, she says. Deborah always did care more about appearances than truth. Like father, like son. His attempt at a smile failed. You look good. Happy. I am. I checked my watch, lunch with Lucas in 20 minutes. Was there something you needed? I wanted to tell you. He pulled something from his pocket, a small velvet box. I found these while packing up the house. Inside lay a pair of simple pearl studs, my first anniversary gift, before the grand gestures and manipulations began. Keep them, I said. They were always yours. The real ones, I mean. He closed the box. Everything else, the other jewelry, the gifts, the life we built, that was all fake. My fake. But these? He set the box on the step between us. These were true. Truth's not really your strong suit, Ryan. I know. But I'm learning. Therapy's helping. He straightened his drugstore tie. I never wanted to erase you, Brooke. I wanted to keep you. I just didn't know how to do that without controlling everything. And now I'm learning how to exist without controlling anything. He glanced at his watch, the Rolex replaced by something practical. Your boyfriend's waiting, isn't he? Lucas. How did you? Small town. People talk. He shrugged. He's a good lawyer. Ethical. Everything I pretended to be. A car horn honked, Elena, right on schedule. Beyond her, I could see Lucas waiting at our usual cafe table, patient and uncomplicated. Goodbye, Ryan. Goodbye, Brooke. He turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Not just for what I did, but for who I was. I watched him descend the steps, shoulders squared against the weight of consequences. The velvet box sat between us like a full stop at the end of a very long sentence. I picked it up, feeling its lightness. Inside, the pearl studs caught the sunlight, simple, unadorned, honest in their modesty. Everything our marriage hadn't been. Elena's horn honked again. Through the cafe window, Lucas raised his coffee cup in greeting, no expectations in his smile. I slipped the box into my purse, not quite keeping it, not quite letting go. Some stories don't end with neat conclusions. Sometimes the truest endings are the ones that leave room for questions. The courthouse doors opened behind me, releasing another wave of people into the afternoon sun. Among them, Frank Davis walked alone, his military posture softened by time and disappointment. He nodded as he passed, a gesture somewhere between acknowledgement and approval. We'd both learned the same lesson: sometimes the people we trust most are the ones who teach us how to be stronger by breaking us. I descended the steps, leaving behind the echoes of accusations and revelations. Ahead, Lucas stood to greet me, his smile offering not a fairy tale ending, but something better, a beginning without pretense. The pearl studs pressed against my side, a small weight to remind me that even in revenge, even in justice, there are pieces of truth worth keeping. Not as trophies, but as lessons in what to value and what to leave behind. Sometimes the greatest victory isn't in destroying your opponent, but in walking away with your own truth intact.
The calculator display blinked at me like a digital heartbeat. $799. Who pays that much for a calculator? I tapped the sleek metal case, wondering if it was made of pure silver or just pretension. The TI Advanced does everything except your taxes, a warm voice said behind me. Though I bet you could program it to try. I turned to find a tall man in a charcoal suit, his smile genuine enough to make my cynicism stutter. For this price, it better do my laundry too. I'm Ryan, he said, picking up the calculator. And I'd say this is more of a third-date purchase. You know, after you're sure they're worth the investment. Peyton, I replied, watching him examine the ridiculous price tag. And I prefer to audit my relationships before making any major acquisitions. His laugh echoed through the electronics store, drawing curious glances. An auditor? That explains the calculator's shopping. Though I have to say, most auditors I've met don't have such a sharp sense of humor. Most production directors I've met don't hang out in calculator aisles, hitting on women. I raised an eyebrow, noting his company ID badge. Guilty as charged. He set the calculator down. Bennett Electronics. Family business. Though right now, I'd rather talk about coffee than spreadsheets. I should have said no. My last relationship ended in a spreadsheet, specifically, a detailed accounting of his infidelities that I'd compiled over 3 months. But something in Ryan's eyes made me pause, made me wonder if maybe some risks were worth taking. Coffee sounds good, I heard myself say. But I should warn you, I notice everything. Perfect. He gestured toward the store exit. Because I have nothing to hide. 2 hours later, sitting in a corner cafe, I realized how dangerous those words were. Ryan talked about his family's company with pride, about his father Thomas, who built it from nothing. About his mother Laura, who kept everyone grounded. But when he mentioned his sister Jenna, something shifted in his voice. She's brilliant, he said, stirring his third coffee. Handles all our procurement. Dad says she's got his business sense. But? I prompted, recognizing the hesitation. But nothing. He smiled too quickly. Tell me more about your work. What made you choose auditing? I let him change the subject, filing away that moment of discomfort. I like puzzles, I said. Numbers don't lie. People do, but numbers? They always tell the truth if you know how to read them. That's both fascinating and slightly terrifying. Ryan leaned forward. Would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I promised to keep all my receipts organized. I looked at him, really looked. At the way his confidence didn't quite mask his vulnerability, at how his eyes crinkled when he smiled. At all the little tells that said this man was either exactly what he seemed or the best liar I'd ever met. Yes, I said, surprising myself again. But I have one condition. Name it. No calculators allowed at the table. His laughter filled the cafe again, and something inside me shifted. Like the first number in a complex equation, changing everything that followed. Deal, he said, reaching for my hand. Though I should warn you, my family's going to love you. I didn't know then how wrong he was. Didn't know that in 6 months, his sister Jenna would try to destroy everything I held dear. Didn't know that my ability to read numbers would uncover a betrayal that would tear his family apart. But that's the thing about numbers. They always tell the truth, even when we're not ready to hear it. The Bennett mansion loomed before me like a corporate headquarters, masquerading as a home. 3 weeks after meeting Ryan, I stood at their front door, my knuckles white around a bottle of wine I'd spent too long selecting. Ready? Ryan squeezed my hand. They're going to love you. The door opened before I could answer. Laura Bennett's smile was warm enough to melt steel. You must be Peyton. Come in, come in. Ryan hasn't stopped talking about you. The foyer could have housed my entire apartment. Family photos lined the walls, professional portraits of perfect poses, and calculated casual moments. I noticed Ryan featured prominently in most of them, while a dark-haired woman appeared less frequently, often at the edges. Father's in his study, a crisp voice announced from the top of the stairs. He's reviewing quarterly reports. Jenna Bennett descended like royalty, each step measured. Her Louboutins probably cost more than my monthly rent. I'm Jenna, she said, extending a manicured hand. Ryan's sister. I handle procurement for Bennett Electronics. Procurement? I matched her grip. That must keep you busy, especially with the new Asian markets opening up. Something flickered in her eyes. You follow our business dealings? I follow numbers. They tell interesting stories. Jenna, Ryan cut in, Peyton's one of the top forensic auditors at Morrison & Klein. How fascinating. Jenna's smile didn't reach her eyes. Though I hope you're not planning to audit us. Family businesses can be complicated. Thomas Bennett's entrance saved me from responding. He carried authority like a well-worn coat, comfortable but unmistakable. There's my boy, he boomed, embracing Ryan. Then he turned to me, his handshake firm. So you're the calculator girl. Dinner was a masterclass in subtle warfare. Laura's attempts at warmth competed with Jenna's Arctic precision. Every question felt like a test. And your family, Peyton? Thomas asked between bites of perfectly cooked salmon. What do they do? It's just me, I said. My parents died in a car accident when I was 12. My grandmother raised me until college. How awful, Jenna murmured. That must be why you're so detail-oriented. Trying to control what you can. Actually, I met her gaze, it taught me that numbers don't abandon you. They don't lie or make excuses. They just are. Speaking of numbers, Thomas leaned forward, what do you make of the market volatility lately? Our Asian expansion has been interesting. Father, Ryan warned, but I was already answering. The numbers suggest someone's taking advantage of currency fluctuations. Your procurement department must be working overtime to manage the risk. Jenna's fork clattered against her plate. More wine. She stood abruptly, reaching for the bottle. Allow me, Ryan offered, but she'd already moved, her arm brushing mine. Red wine splashed across my white blouse. Oh, I'm so sorry. Jenna's concern was perfect theater. How clumsy of me. Here, let me help. It's fine. I dabbed at the stain with my napkin, noting how the wine spread like blood across fabric. Nothing I can't handle. Laura hustled me to the powder room, armed with club soda and apologies. Through the door, I heard raised voices. Really, Jenna? Ryan's anger was clear. It was an accident, Jenna snapped. Unlike some people's hiring decisions. I pressed my ear to the door, but their voices dropped to hisses. When I emerged, the dining room wore a mask of forced normalcy. Peyton, Thomas called as we prepared to leave, join us for Sunday brunch next week. I'd love to hear more about your work. Jenna's smile turned predatory. Yes, do come. I'm sure we'll have lots to discuss. In the car, Ryan was quiet for several miles. I'm sorry about Jenna, he finally said. She's protective of the family. Is that what you call it? I watched streetlights flash past. Ryan, what's really going on with your sister? He gripped the steering wheel tighter. Nothing. Everything's fine. But I'd seen the tension in Thomas's shoulders when Asian markets were mentioned. Noticed how Jenna flinched at procurement questions. Something wasn't adding up, and if there's one thing I knew about numbers, they never lie. I just hadn't realized how dangerous the truth would be. 6 months flew past like balance sheets in a windstorm. The diamond on my left hand caught the morning light as I studied the pregnancy test's double pink lines. Ryan and I had planned to announce it at tonight's family dinner, our first real celebration since the wedding 3 months ago. My phone buzzed. A text from Thomas, need your expertise. Found something odd in Q3 reports. Can you stop by the office before dinner? I texted back my agreement, trying to ignore the flutter of unease. Since joining the family, I'd noticed Thomas growing increasingly concerned about the company's financials. He'd drop hints, ask careful questions, always with Jenna hovering nearby like a shark, scenting blood. The Bennett Electronics headquarters occupied a gleaming tower downtown. Thomas's office commanded the top floor, but I found him in the conference room, surrounded by papers. Peyton, he looked up, shadows under his eyes. Thank you for coming. These procurement reports. He pushed several sheets toward me. Something's not right. I scanned the numbers, my trained eye catching discrepancies immediately. These supplier costs are inflated. And these shipping manifests? The door opened. Jenna stood there, perfectly composed in designer black. Father, I didn't expect to find you here. On a Saturday. Just showing Peyton some reports, Thomas said carefully. Getting a fresh perspective. How convenient. Jenna's smile was razor sharp. Our new daughter-in-law, already so invested in family business. She moved closer, peering at the papers. Though I'm sure you have more exciting news to focus on. My hand instinctively moved to my stomach. What do you mean? Please. She rolled her eyes. The way you've been avoiding wine? Looking green at breakfast? I'm not stupid, Peyton. Though apparently, you think we all are. Jenna, Thomas warned, but she continued. Did you really think you could waltz in here, seduce my brother, and take over everything? The company, the family? Her voice rose. I've worked my entire life for this company. Everything I've done has been for this family. Everything you've done? I kept my voice steady, though my heart raced. Like inflating supplier costs? Falsifying shipping records? The silence was deafening. Thomas stood slowly, looking between us. Careful, Peyton. Jenna's voice dropped to a whisper. Pregnancy can make women unstable. Paranoid, even. It would be a shame if stress affected the baby. My blood turned to ice. Is that a threat? A concern? From your loving sister-in-law. She gathered the papers from the table. These need to be properly filed. In my department. Where they belong. Jenna, Thomas's voice cracked like a whip. Leave those. It's fine, I interrupted, meeting Jenna's gaze. I already saw what I needed to see. She left with the papers, her heels clicking a victory march. Thomas sank into his chair, suddenly looking every one of his 60 years. I'm sorry, he said. I should have seen. Should have known. Known what? I pressed, but he shook his head. Not now. Not here. We'll discuss it at dinner. But at dinner, Thomas never showed. Ryan got the call just as we were sitting down. His father had been rushed to the hospital with chest pains. Severe stress, the doctors said. Would need to rest for several days. How terrible, Jenna murmured, reaching for her wine. All this excitement can't be good for anyone. Especially not in your condition, Peyton. Laura gasped. Condition? Are you? Ryan grabbed my hand, his joy overshadowed by worry for his father. We were going to announce it tonight. We're having a baby. Oh, darling. Laura embraced me, tears in her eyes. Jenna's glass clinked against her plate. How wonderful. Though the timing seems convenient. Right when father's health fails, here comes the next generation of Bennetts. That's enough, Ryan snapped, but I squeezed his hand. It's fine, I said, watching Jenna. Family is complicated. Isn't that what you told me, Jenna? But numbers. Numbers never lie. And sooner or later, every calculation comes due. She held my gaze, challenge meeting challenge. In that moment, we both knew, this wasn't just about family anymore. This was war. And I had 9 months to win it. The baby shower invitations arrived in pale pink and gold, Jenna's elegant handwriting promising celebration and joy. I stared at mine for a full minute, my 6-month bump pressing against the kitchen counter. She's trying, Ryan said, wrapping his arms around me. Mom says she's been planning this for weeks. That's what worries me. I traced the embossed letters. Since Thomas's heart attack, Jenna had been suspiciously accommodating, all while procurement records kept disappearing from the company servers. The Bennett mansion's grand room sparkled with expensive decorations when we arrived. Jenna floated between guests in a designer dress that probably cost more than my car. Peyton, darling. She air-kissed my cheek. You're absolutely glowing. Though you look tired. Running reports must be exhausting in your condition. Before I could respond, Laura appeared with a tray of mocktails. Let's start with the gifts. I sat in the designated chair, feeling like a specimen under examination as 40 pairs of eyes watched me unwrap presents. Designer baby clothes, antique silver rattles, a custom-made crib that could have housed twins. Open mine next, Jenna handed me a small box, her smile too bright. Inside lay a vintage pearl necklace I recognized from the family photos. Thomas had given it to Laura when Ryan was born. Mother's pearls, Jenna announced to the room. A family tradition, passed down to welcome new Bennett mothers. Her voice carried perfectly. Though they seemed to have gone missing from the safe last month. How fortunate I found them in time. The room went silent. Laura's hand flew to her throat. Missing? But I just wore them at the charity gala. Exactly. Jenna's eyes locked onto mine. Imagine my surprise when I discovered them in the guest room. The one Peyton uses when she works late at the house. My fingers went numb. What are you implying? Nothing, dear sister. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for how Mother's irreplaceable pearls ended up among your things. I started, but Jenna was already addressing the crowd. It's probably pregnancy brain. So forgetful, these days. Though it does make one wonder about those missing procurement files. Enough. Ryan stood. Jenna, this is ridiculous. Is it? She pulled out her phone. Because I have security footage of someone accessing the company servers after hours. Someone with your wife's access code. The room spun. I recognized her trap too late. She'd been planning this for months, laying groundwork, planting evidence. I can explain, I said, but guests were already whispering, gathering their bags. Of course you can, Jenna soothed. Just like you can explain the unauthorized transfers from our Asian accounts? The one's father was investigating before his unfortunate health issues? Laura burst into tears. Ryan's face had gone pale. I stood, pearls clutched in my fist. You want to talk about unauthorized transfers? Let's discuss your offshore accounts, Jenna. The ones you've been funneling company money into for the past year. How dare you? She stepped closer, voice dropping. You have no proof. Don't I? I met her gaze. Thomas showed me those reports for a reason. He knew something was wrong, and now I do too. Thomas is an old man with a weak heart, she hissed. And you're a pregnant woman with questionable mental stability. Who do you think the board will believe? Stop it, both of you. Ryan moved between us. This is supposed to be a celebration. Oh, it is, Jenna smiled. It's a revelation of truth. About who really belongs in this family. I looked around the room, at Laura's tears, at the scattered gifts, at the faces of people who'd already decided my guilt. Then at Ryan, torn between wife and sister, tradition and truth. You're right, I said, placing the pearls on a side table. This is about belonging. And truth. I turned to leave, then paused. But you forgot something, Jenna. Numbers don't care about belonging. They only care about being right. Her laugh followed me out. Good luck proving anything without access to those files. She didn't know I'd already copied everything. Didn't know that while she was planning my downfall, I'd been building her coffin, nail by numerical nail. The game wasn't over. It was just getting started. 3 days after the baby shower disaster, I sat in my home office, surrounded by financial records I'd secretly copied over the past months. My laptop screen glowed with transaction logs, each number a piece of the puzzle I was assembling. The doorbell rang. Thomas Bennett stood there, looking older than his 60 years. I heard about the shower, he said, stepping inside. Jenna's always been protective of family assets. Is that what we're calling embezzlement now? I spread printouts across my dining table. Look at these transfers. Every major procurement deal in Asia has a shadow transaction. Money disappearing into accounts I can't trace. Thomas studied the papers, his hands trembling slightly. I suspected. But seeing it. There's more. I pulled up a document on my laptop. Someone's been falsifying shipping manifests. Double billing clients. The company's hemorrhaging money, but the books show profit because Jenna's cooking them. He sank into a chair. My own daughter. The front door opened. Ryan walked in, freezing at the sight of us. Father? What's going on? Show him, Thomas said quietly. I turned the laptop toward Ryan. Your sister's been stealing from the company. Millions, Ryan. And she's using my access codes to cover her tracks. Ryan's face went through a cascade of emotions, denial, anger, realization. The pearls. The accusations. She was setting you up? As her fall person, yes. I touched my growing belly, feeling our baby kick. If the theft was discovered, all evidence would point to me. We need to go to the police, Ryan started, but Thomas raised a hand. Not yet. This needs to be handled internally first. For the company's sake. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Back off or the board learns about your unauthorized server access. How's that pregnancy stress level? I showed it to Ryan. His jaw clenched. She's threatening our baby now? He grabbed his keys. I'm ending this. Wait, but he was already gone, door slamming behind him. Thomas touched my arm. Let me talk to her first. Maybe if she knows I'm willing to forgive. Forgive? I stared at him. She's stolen millions, threatened your grandchild, and tried to destroy my reputation. This isn't about forgiveness anymore. She's still my daughter. And I'm carrying your grandchild. I gathered the papers. I won't let her hurt my family. Any of them. Including you. My phone buzzed again. Laura, emergency at the office. Come quickly. Don't tell anyone. Thomas read the message over my shoulder. It's Sunday. Why would Laura be at the office? She wouldn't. I grabbed my laptop. But Jenna would use her mother's phone to set a trap. Then don't go. I thought of Ryan rushing to confront his sister. Of Laura possibly being used as bait. Of the baby kicking inside me, reminding me what was really at stake. I have to. I headed for the door. But I'm not going alone. Peyton. Call the police. Tell them everything. Then call Ryan, keep him away from the office. I touched the flash drive around my neck, containing copies of all evidence. It's time everyone saw the truth. Be careful, Thomas called as I left. Jenna's always been brilliant at games. This isn't a game anymore, I muttered, starting my car. It's a reckoning. The Bennett Electronics building loomed ahead, its windows dark except for the top floor, Jenna's office. As I parked, another car pulled in beside me. Laura stepped out, confusion on her face. Peyton? I got a text from Ryan saying to meet him here. My blood ran cold. Jenna hadn't just set a trap, she'd orchestrated a family reunion. And somewhere above us, she was waiting, holding all the pieces she thought would destroy me. But she'd forgotten something crucial: numbers don't lie, and I had 7 months of truth documented in that flash drive. Whatever game she was playing, I was about to change the rules. I took Laura's arm, leading her toward the building. Stay close to me. It's time to show your daughter what real family loyalty looks like. The elevator doors opened to darkness. Laura clutched my arm as we stepped onto the executive floor, emergency lights casting long shadows across empty desks. Jenna? Laura called out. Darling, are you here? A figure moved in Thomas's office. Ryan emerged, his face tight with anger. What are you both doing here? I told you to stay home. You didn't text me, Laura said. Jenna did. Using your number. The overhead lights blazed on. Jenna stood by the breaker panel, wearing the same dress from the baby shower. Family reunion. How touching. It's over, Jenna. Ryan moved toward his sister. We know everything. Do you? She smiled, pulling out her phone. Because I just sent the board some interesting emails. Seems our pregnant auditor has been accessing confidential files, making unauthorized transfers. Covering her tracks poorly. My hand went to the flash drive around my neck. Those transfers trace back to your accounts. Not anymore. She tapped her screen. Amazing what good IT people can do. Every transaction now bears your digital signature. Even the ones happening right now. My phone buzzed. A notification from the company's banking app, large transfers in progress, all under my authorization. Stop this, Laura pleaded. We're family. Family? Jenna's laugh was brittle. Ask Father who he trusted with the company's future. Ask Ryan who got every opportunity while I worked twice as hard. Ask our new sister-in-law who Father asked to investigate the books. Because you were stealing. Ryan shouted. I was taking what I deserved. She moved to her desk, pulling out a familiar leather folder. Everything I did was for this company. While you played perfect son, I kept us profitable. Made the hard choices. By committing fraud? I stepped forward, but a wave of dizziness hit me. The baby kicked hard. By surviving. Jenna opened the folder. And now you'll all understand what that means. The elevator dinged. Thomas emerged with 2 police officers. It's done, Jenna. I've told them everything. Have you? She smiled. Show them the evidence, Peyton. Your precious flash drive. I reached for my neck. The chain was gone. Looking for this? She held up the drive. Lifted it when I hugged you at the shower. Amateur move, keeping everything in one place. That's not the only copy, I started, but she cut me off. The cloud files? Deleted. Server backups? Corrupted. It's your word against mine, and right now, millions are flowing through your access codes. The room spun again. I grabbed a desk for support, feeling wetness on my legs. Peyton? Ryan rushed to me. You're bleeding. Laura gasped. The baby. Get an ambulance. Thomas shouted. Jenna watched, unmoved. Stress is so dangerous during pregnancy. Maybe if you hadn't been obsessing over false accusations. False? I forced myself upright, fighting the pain. The original files are gone. And in about 10 minutes, you'll be arrested for corporate theft. Such a tragedy. Pregnant woman has mental breakdown, tries to frame innocent sister-in-law. Ryan supported my weight as my knees buckled. This isn't a game, Jenna. She needs a hospital. Life isn't fair. She turned to the officers. I'd like to press charges. Through the haze of pain, I saw Laura move to her daughter's desk, saw her hand brush against Jenna's purse. Saw her palm something small. Wait, Laura's voice shook. Before anyone does anything. She held up a small recorder. Let's hear that confession again. Jenna's face went white. What? Your mother's birthday gift, Laura said softly. The one you mocked for being old-fashioned. Digital recordings are so easy to delete, but this is analog. Like the truth. The recorder crackled to life. Everything I did was for this company. I kept us profitable. By surviving. As Jenna lunged for her mother, the officers moved in. Through the chaos, through the pain, I heard sirens approaching. But all I could think was, some numbers can't be erased. Some truths refuse to stay hidden. And some victories cost more than we're prepared to pay. The hospital room felt too small for all the tension it held. 3 days after the office confrontation, I sat propped up in bed, my baby safely stabilized, watching Jenna's arraignment on the room's small TV. Ryan gripped my hand as his sister pleaded not guilty. A knock at the door. Thomas entered, looking grave. The board's reviewing everything. The evidence on Laura's recorder. It's damning. Not damning enough, Ryan muttered. Her lawyers are already talking about mental stress, temporary insanity. That's why I'm here. Thomas placed a thick folder on my lap. These just came in from our Hong Kong office. Backdated contracts, double invoices. All with Jenna's original signatures. My hands trembled as I opened the folder. She got sloppy in the beginning. Before she learned to cover her tracks. The door burst open. Jenna strode in, followed by her lawyer and 2 police officers. Discussing company business without the head of procurement? That's against protocol. You're out on bail? Ryan stood, positioning himself between her and my bed. Money opens doors, brother dear. Speaking of money. She smiled at me. Those transfers under your access codes? Still unexplained. That's enough, Thomas started, but Jenna raised her hand. No, father, it's not. You want truth? Here's truth. She moved closer to my bed. I built this company's success while Ryan played favorite son. Every deal, every contract, I made them happen. And my reward? Being investigated by an outsider. You stole millions, I said quietly. I earned millions. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? Little orphan Peyton, so desperate for family, she'd destroy one to belong. The baby monitor beeped steadily. I looked at it, then at her. You're right. I don't understand family the way you do. I never had siblings to betray. Betray? Her laugh was sharp. I protected this family. Every illegal deal kept us competitive. Every stolen dollar kept people employed. But you only see numbers, don't you? Black and white. No gray areas. Show her, Thomas said suddenly. I pulled out one last document from under my pillow. Your first procurement deal, Jenna. The one that started everything. She froze. Father was so proud, he kept the original contract. Complete with your notes in the margin, calculations showing how to skim money through inflated costs. You weren't protecting the company. You were testing how much you could take. You don't understand. I understand numbers. And fear. I touched my stomach. You were afraid of being overlooked. Of not measuring up. So you took what you thought you deserved, then couldn't stop. Shut up. She lunged forward, but the officers caught her arms. The thing about numbers, Jenna? I continued. They're like family. Complex, interconnected. Change one, you affect them all. Just like your actions affected everyone in this room. Laura appeared in the doorway, tears streaming. Oh, Jenna. Why didn't you just talk to us? Talk? Jenna struggled against the officers. Like you talked to me, Mother? All those years of Ryan so successful, and why can't you be more like your brother? I never. You didn't have to. It was in every look, every silence. Well, guess what? I succeeded. I made myself indispensable. Until she came along. She glared at me. The perfect daughter-in-law. The one who could do no wrong. No, I said softly. Just the one who could read the numbers. And they told me everything you couldn't say. Thomas stepped forward. Jenna Bennett, you're formally terminated from Bennett Electronics. And? His voice cracked. You're no longer welcome in this family's home. You can't. I can. I must. He turned away. Officers, please remove my daughter. As they led her out, Jenna looked back once. In that moment, I saw not the sophisticated executive, but a little girl still trying to prove her worth. The numbers don't lie, she said quietly. But sometimes I wish they did. The door closed behind her. Ryan buried his face in my shoulder. Laura sobbed in Thomas's arms. And on the monitor, our baby's heartbeat continued its steady count. Marking time like numbers in a ledger, each beat a reminder that some calculations change us forever. The calculator sits on my desk, its display dark, the same ridiculously expensive model that brought Ryan and me together. Now it serves as a paperweight for court documents detailing Jenna's guilty plea. My daughter kicks in her carrier beside me as I review the final numbers. The restitution payments, the legal fees, the restructuring costs, they all add up to one complicated truth: some debts can never be fully repaid. A knock at my office door. Laura stands there, holding a familiar leather-bound folder. These came from Jenna's attorney. More evidence? Letters. She places them on my desk. One for each of us. She wrote them during her first month in prison. I stare at the envelopes, each name written in Jenna's precise handwriting. Have you read yours? Not yet. Laura touches her letter with trembling fingers. Some calculations I'm not ready to face. The baby fusses. I lift her, breathing in her powder-fresh scent as I rock her. Did you know she used to help me with math homework? Laura continues. Before the competition with Ryan started. Before everything became about proving herself. My letter feels heavy in my hands. Through the window, I can see the Bennett Electronics building, its windows reflecting the setting sun. Thomas and Ryan are there now, rebuilding what Jenna nearly destroyed. She asked to meet you, Laura says quietly. When you're ready. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready. Neither was I. She pulls something from her purse, the pearl necklace from the baby shower. But family ledgers are never truly closed, are they? I think of Jenna in her cell, writing letters she wasn't sure would be read. Of the little girl in those family photos, always at the edges, watching her brother shine. What do the numbers tell you now? Laura asks. I look at my daughter, at her tiny fingers curled around my thumb. That some calculations don't fit in neat columns. That balance sheets can't measure what really matters. And revenge? Feels different when you're holding something precious. I adjust the baby's blanket. Maybe that's what Jenna never had, something to protect besides her pride. Laura stands to leave, but pauses. Will you read it? I pick up Jenna's letter. Numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the whole story either. Maybe it's time I heard hers. After Laura leaves, I open the envelope. Jenna's words stare back at me. Dear Peyton. You once told me numbers don't abandon you. But people do. Or at least, that's what I always feared. Every achievement became a shield, every dollar a defense against being left behind. I thought I was protecting myself, but I was really just proving what I feared most, that I wasn't worth loving without proving my value. You protected our family by exposing me. I protected no one by betraying them. That's a calculation I'm still learning to live with. Take care of them. And maybe someday, teach my niece that her worth isn't measured in balance sheets or boardroom victories. Jenna. The baby yawns, her tiny face peaceful. I think of the calculator that started everything, of how some connections can't be quantified. Of how revenge, like redemption, rarely follows a straight line. I reach for my phone, type a short message, visit approved. Bring a calculator. Some numbers need witnesses. Because maybe that's what family really is, not a perfect equation, but a complex formula of mistakes and mercy, betrayal and forgiveness. All adding up to something greater than its parts. My daughter stretches in her sleep, and I add one final entry to today's ledger. Some debts are meant to be forgiven, not collected. Some battles end not with victory, but with understanding. And sometimes, the truest calculations are the ones that don't balance at all.
I stare at the velvet box in Connor's outstretched hand, my champagne glass frozen halfway to my lips. The crystal chandelier above us throws fractured light across his perfectly practiced smile. And I can't shake the feeling that this moment, this proposal, is just another transaction being closed. My name is Arya, and I should be crying tears of joy right now. Instead, I'm counting the seconds of silence that have stretched between us while both our families lean forward in their seats. Waiting for the fairy tale ending they've scripted. Darling? Connor's voice carries that slight edge I've grown to recognize. The one that says I'm not performing my role correctly. You're keeping everyone in suspense. Mother clasps her hands together, her diamond bracelet catching the light. Oh, sweetheart, isn't this just perfect? Perfect. Like the merger documents I spotted on Father's desk last week. Perfect like the way Connor's mother, Sophie, has been dropping hints about grandchildren and family legacies over every lunch we've shared this month. The word catches in my throat as Connor's fingers tighten almost imperceptibly around the box. His eyes aren't warm anymore, they're calculating, measuring my response against some invisible benchmark. Connor, I force a smile, buying time. This is so unexpected. James Mitchell, Connor's father, chuckles from his seat. Nonsense. You two have been headed this way since prep school. It's about time my boy made an honest woman of you. The ring gleams, 3 carats at least, knowing Connor's taste for excess. It's exactly what I would have wanted 5 years ago, when I still believed in the fairy tale of us. Before I started noticing the late-night calls he steps out to take, the lingering scent of unfamiliar perfume. The way his smile never quite reaches his eyes anymore. Say yes, Arya, my father's voice carries that same tone he uses in board meetings. Don't keep the poor man waiting. I look at Connor again, really look at him. His perfectly tailored suit, his manicured nails, the slight impatience twitching at the corner of his mouth. This isn't love, it's a hostile takeover dressed up in romance. Yes, I hear myself say, and the room erupts in applause. Connor slides the ring onto my finger with surgical precision. Then kisses me for exactly 3 seconds, long enough for Sophie to snap a photo with her phone. To the happy couple. Mother raises her glass, and everyone follows suit. I'm still holding my champagne, untouched, watching the bubbles rise and die. Connor's hand finds the small of my back, possessive. I knew you'd make the right choice, he whispers, and something in his tone makes my skin crawl. This isn't a proposal, it's a warning. Later, after the congratulations and the toasts, after both families have finally left us alone in the restaurant's private dining room. Connor checks his phone. His face illuminates with genuine warmth for the first time all evening, the kind of smile I haven't seen directed at me in months. Business? I ask, though I already know it isn't. Always working, darling. He stands, straightening his jacket. I have to take this. Wedding plans tomorrow? I nod, watching him stride away, already speaking softly into his phone. The ring feels heavy on my finger, like a shackle rather than a promise. I take another sip of champagne, letting the bitter taste linger on my tongue. This isn't the end of our story, it's the beginning of his downfall. He just doesn't know it yet. 3 days after the proposal, I sit in Mother's sunroom, surrounded by wedding magazines and her endless chatter about color schemes. The diamond on my finger catches the morning light, throwing accusatory sparkles across the walls. The Mitchells suggested the Grand Plaza for the reception, Mother says, marking another page with a sticky note. Sophie knows the owner personally. Wouldn't that be lovely? I trace the rim of my teacup. Lovely. Just like the merger papers Father's been reviewing. Mother's hands still over the magazine. Arya, dear, business arrangements have always been part of society marriages. Your father and I had a love match. Don't pretend otherwise. The words come out sharper than intended. She sighs, setting down her pen. Connor adores you. He's been part of our lives since you were children. Why are you suddenly so? My phone buzzes. A text from Mike, coffee? Important. I have to go, I stand, gathering my bag. Meeting a client. Mother's disappointment follows me to the door. We haven't finished discussing the venue options. And Connor's mother wanted to review the guest list. Later. I'm already halfway out, the suffocating weight of expectations lifting with each step. 20 minutes later, I slide into a booth across from Mike at our old law school hangout. His usual easy smile is replaced by something grimmer. You look like hell, he says, pushing a coffee toward me. Thanks. You're not exactly runway material yourself. But I'm grateful for his directness, for the absence of wedding talk and false congratulations. He slides an envelope across the table. You asked me to keep an eye on things. Well, I found something. Inside are photos, Connor entering a high-rise apartment building, Connor at a restaurant, Connor with his hand on the small of a woman's back. The woman's face isn't clear, but her body language speaks volumes. Julia Parker, Mike says quietly. Junior partner at Richardson and Gray. They've been meeting 3 times a week for the past month. The coffee turns bitter in my mouth. Business meetings? Unless business meetings typically end at midnight in private residences. He pauses, watching me carefully. There's more. The merger your father's working on? Julia's firm is handling the legal side. Everything clicks into place, the rushed proposal, Connor's sudden interest in my father's business dealings, the late-night phone calls. He's using me, I say, and hearing it aloud makes it real. The marriage, the merger, everything, it's all connected. Mike reaches across the table, but I pull back. What are you going to do? Before I can answer, the cafe door chimes. Connor walks in with his mother, Sophie. I slide the photos under my napkin, forcing a smile as they approach. Darling. Connor's surprise sounds rehearsed. What a coincidence. Mother and I were just discussing wedding details. Sophie's eyes fix on Mike, her smile tightening. And who might this be? Mike Johnson, he stands, offering his hand. Old friend from law school. How nice, Sophie says, not taking his hand. Arya, dear, we were just heading to look at venues. Why don't you join us? Connor's hand finds my shoulder, squeezing slightly. Yes, darling. Much better use of your time then. Catching up. I meet Mike's eyes briefly. He nods almost imperceptibly. Of course, I stand, gathering my things. Mike was just leaving anyway. I'll call you about that case, Mike says meaningfully. As we leave, Connor's arm slides around my waist, possessive. I'd prefer if you didn't meet male friends alone, he murmurs. It doesn't look appropriate now that we're engaged. I lean into him, playing my part. Of course, darling. Whatever you think is best. But over his shoulder, I watch Mike pocket the envelope of photos, and I feel something shift inside me. The game Connor's playing has rules he doesn't know about yet. And I'm done being just another piece on his board. Sophie chatters about flower arrangements as we walk to her car, but all I can think about is Julia Parker. And how many other secrets are waiting to be uncovered. The Mitchell family estate looms before me, all Georgian columns and manicured hedges. I'm here for another wedding planning session, but my real purpose weighs heavy in my jacket pocket, a small recording device Mike gave me yesterday. Sophie's voice drifts from Connor's father's study as I approach. I pause outside the door, my hand hovering over the handle. The merger paperwork needs to be finalized before the wedding, James Mitchell says. Richard Bennett won't suspect anything if it comes through the usual channels. Julia's handling everything, Connor replies. Once the marriage is official, the transfer of assets will be seamless. Arya won't know what hit her until it's too late. My fingers curl around the recording device. Even expecting betrayal, hearing it laid bare makes my stomach turn. And you're sure she suspects nothing? Sophie asks. Connor's laugh cuts through me like glass. Please. She's so desperate to believe in our childhood romance, she'd swallow any lie I feed her. Besides, Julia's much better at handling the legal side of things. More cooperative. Speaking of Julia, James says, be more discreet. The girl from your mother's charity board mentioned seeing you together at LeBlanc. I'll handle it, Connor says dismissively. Arya's too invested now to back out. The wedding announcement's already in the society pages. I step back, my heel catching on the carpet. The floor creaks. Did you hear something? Sophie asks. I'm already moving, slipping into the nearby powder room as footsteps approach. The door closes behind me just as someone passes by. My phone buzzes, a text from Mike, got the financial records you asked for. It's worse than we thought. The bathroom door opens suddenly. Julia Parker stands there, perfect in her tailored suit, red lipstick immaculate. We stare at each other for a long moment. Well, she says, closing the door behind her. This is awkward. I straighten my spine. Not as awkward as sleeping with my fiancé. She laughs, checking her reflection in the mirror. Oh honey, it's not personal. It's business. Connor needed someone who understands the bigger picture. The hostile takeover of my family's company? Smart girl. She reapplies her lipstick. But not smart enough to see it coming, were you? Too busy planning your fairy tale wedding. Does it make you feel powerful? I ask. Being the other woman? Her smile falters slightly. Other woman? Please. I'm the only woman. You're just the signature he needs on the merger documents. She moves closer, her perfume cloying. Here's some free advice, take the settlement they'll offer after the divorce. Fight it, and you'll lose everything. The recording device feels heavy in my pocket. Thanks for the tip. She reaches for the door, then pauses. You know what's funny? Connor said you were too naive to play in the big leagues. Guess he was right. After she leaves, I wait 30 seconds before following. Connor's voice stops me in the hallway. Darling, there you are. He kisses my cheek, and I force myself not to flinch. Mother's been looking for you. Something about table arrangements. I just ran into Julia Parker, I say, watching his face. Interesting woman. His expression doesn't change, but his hand tightens on my arm. One of our legal consultants. Brilliant mind. Among other assets, I'm sure. His smile turns cold. Careful, darling. Jealousy doesn't suit you. No? I step closer, lowering my voice. What would suit me better? Blind obedience? Silent compliance? We'll discuss this later, he says through clenched teeth. Mother's waiting. I pull away. Of course. Wouldn't want to keep anyone waiting. As I walk toward the dining room where Sophie waits with her wedding binders and social expectations, I touch the recording device in my pocket. Connor thinks he's orchestrating a perfect plan, but he's forgotten something crucial. In chess, the queen is the most powerful piece on the board. And I'm done being his pawn. Mike's apartment is a mess of papers and surveillance photos spread across his coffee table. I pick up a document, my father's signature stark against the white paper. They've already started transferring assets, Mike says, handing me a coffee. The merger's just a smokescreen. Once you're married, Connor's firm gains controlling interest in your family's company. I set down the transfer documents. And Julia? She's been Connor's inside counsel for months. Every contract, every deal, she's buried the real terms in legal jargon your father's lawyers wouldn't catch without a forensic audit. A photo catches my eye, Connor and Julia leaving her apartment building at dawn. When was this? Yesterday morning. Right before your engagement brunch. The coffee burns my throat. I'd sat next to him for 2 hours, playing the blushing bride while he'd probably still smelled of her perfume. My phone buzzes, Connor. I silence it. There's more, Mike hesitates. Your mother's trust fund? The one your grandmother left her? They found a way to access that too. The room tilts slightly. That's impossible. Those accounts are protected. Not if the trustee signs them over. And guess who's about to become part of the family? A knock at the door makes us both freeze. Mike moves to answer it, but I grab his arm. Through the peephole, I see Sophie Mitchell's perfectly coiffed hair. How did she? Fire escape, Mike whispers, already gathering the documents. Now. I'm halfway out the window when Sophie's voice carries through the door. Michael? I know Arya's in there. We need to talk. Mike looks at me. I shake my head. Just a moment, he calls out, buying time as I climb down the metal stairs. I'm almost to the ground when I hear Sophie's voice above me. Really, Arya? How undignified. She's leaning out Mike's window, looking more amused than angry. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice. Like you gave Connor a choice. The words escape before I can stop them. Her smile falters. Come back up. There are things you need to understand. I understand plenty. Do you? She leans further out. Did you know your father's company is already failing? That this merger is the only thing keeping your family from bankruptcy? I stop climbing. That's right, she continues. Connor's not the villain you think he is. He's saving your family's legacy. The only question is whether you'll help us do it cleanly, or make things messy. By marrying him while he sleeps with Julia? Marriage is business, dear. Love is a luxury we can't always afford. She straightens her jacket. Come up, and I'll show you the real numbers. Then you can decide if your pride is worth your family's ruin. I look down at the alley below, then up at Sophie's calculating smile. Either way, I'm trapped. Fine, I say, climbing back up. Show me. In Mike's apartment, Sophie pulls out a tablet, displaying spreadsheets that make my stomach sink. Red numbers. Massive debt. My father's signature on desperate loans. Your father doesn't know we know, Sophie says softly. We could destroy him. Or save him. Your choice. Mike stands in the corner, his face grim. We both know what this means. The evidence we've gathered against Connor is now a double-edged sword. You have until tomorrow to decide, Sophie stands, smoothing her skirt. Choose wisely. After she leaves, Mike touches my shoulder. Arya. I shrug him off. Get me everything you can on Julia Parker. If I'm going down, I'm taking them all with me. This isn't just about revenge anymore, he warns. No, I look at the financial records, at the photos of Connor and Julia, at the ruins of my family's legacy. Now it's about survival. The engagement ring catches the light as I clench my fist. I've never felt more trapped, or more determined to fight my way out. The engagement party glitters around me like broken glass. I watch Connor work the room, his hand possessively at Julia's waist as he introduces her to various business associates. The perfect picture of professional courtesy, except for how his fingers curl into the fabric of her dress when he thinks no one's looking. Another champagne, Miss Bennet? A waiter appears at my elbow. Water, I say, trading my untouched glass. With lime. Father approaches, his bow tie slightly askew. Princess, you should be mingling. The Hendersons are asking about you. In a moment. I touch his arm. Dad, about the merger. Wonderful news, isn't it? His eyes are bright, unfocused. Connor's restructuring proposal will save everything. Should have done this years ago. My chest tightens. Did you read the full contract? Sophie's had her people review everything. Top-notch legal team. He pats my hand. Don't worry your pretty head about business matters. That's what having a strong son-in-law is for. Across the room, Connor catches my eye and raises his glass. I mirror the gesture, bile rising in my throat. Mike's text buzzes in my clutch, documents ready. Say the word. I type back, not yet. Need one more piece. Julia breaks away from Connor's group, heading toward the powder room. I count to 30, then follow. She's touching up her lipstick when I enter. Enjoying the party? Almost as much as you're enjoying my fiancé. I lock the door behind me. Her hand stills. Careful, Arya. You're playing with fire. No, I pull out my phone, showing her the photos Mike took. I'm playing with gasoline. And I have matches. She studies the images, her composure cracking slightly. What do you want? The truth. About the merger, about Connor's plans after the wedding, about how your father's company is hemorrhaging money. She turns to face me fully. Or about how Connor plans to strip it for parts once he has control. The words hit like physical blows, but I keep my voice steady. And your role? I get partner at Mitchell & Sons, plus a percentage of the liquidation. Her smile turns sharp. Connor gets everything else. Including your mother's trust fund. You really think I'll let that happen? You really think you can stop it? She steps closer. Face it, Arya. You lost this game before you knew you were playing. The contracts are signed. The transfers are in motion. In 3 weeks, you'll be Mrs. Connor Mitchell, and everything your family built will belong to us. My hand shakes as I reach into my purse. Thank you, Julia. For what? I hold up the recording device. Her face drains of color. For confessing. I unlock the door. Oh, and Julia? Red isn't your color. I'm halfway across the ballroom when Connor intercepts me. Dance with me, darling. People are watching. His hands settle on my waist as we move to the music. I can smell Julia's perfume on his collar. Mother told me about your little investigation, he murmurs. Very resourceful. But ultimately pointless. Like our engagement? His fingers dig into my hip. Don't be dramatic. This is business. No, I say softly. This is war. He spins me under the chandelier light. A war you can't win. Your father's signature is on every document. The merger goes through with or without the wedding. But with it? His smile turns cruel. At least your family keeps their dignity. Their social standing. Their illusions. The music swells. Around us, couples dance, glasses clink, cameras flash, capturing the perfect society engagement party. You have until tomorrow to destroy whatever evidence you think you have, Connor says. After that, things get unpleasant. I meet his eyes. They already are. Breaking away, I head for the exit, typing rapidly on my phone. Mike, release everything. All of it. Now. Behind me, Connor's phone chimes. Then Julia's. Then a cascade of notifications across the ballroom as emails land in dozens of inboxes. Sometimes the only way to win is to burn everything to the ground. Chaos erupts in the ballroom as phones light up with notifications. I stand in the center of the storm, watching my carefully orchestrated revenge unfold. Photos of Connor and Julia. Financial documents. Recorded conversations. All of it flooding every inbox in the room. Connor reaches me first, his fingers digging into my arm. What have you done? Exactly what you taught me, I say. Business is business. Sophie's scream cuts through the murmuring crowd. She's staring at her tablet, face ashen. James. The shares, they're dropping. Father pushes through the crowd, his phone in his trembling hand. Arya, tell me you didn't. I had to. My voice cracks. They were going to destroy everything. We were saving it. Connor's mask finally slips, revealing the rage beneath. Your father's company was dead anyway. We could have salvaged something. Julia appears at his side, her composure shattered. The SEC is already responding to the emails. They're launching an investigation. The room spins as reality crashes in. I've blown up everything, not just Connor's plans, but my family's legacy, our reputation, everything we've built. Princess, Father's voice is barely a whisper. Those contracts you exposed. They have my signature. The SEC will arrest you, James Mitchell finishes, his face hard. Unless. Unless what? I demand. Unless we contain this. Connor's calm returns, more terrifying than his anger. Deny everything. Claim the documents are forged. Your father keeps his freedom, our companies survive, and the wedding proceeds as planned. You can't be serious. Dead serious. He steps closer, voice low. You wanted to play hardball? Fine. But remember, you're not the only one who can destroy lives. Mother appears, tears streaming down her face. Richard, they're saying terrible things. That you knew about the fraud, that you... It's a mistake, Father says quickly. Just a mistake. Right, Princess? All eyes turn to me. The weight of generations of legacy, of my father's freedom, of my mother's happiness, it all hangs on my next words. Mike pushes through the crowd. Arya, don't. Shut up, Connor snaps. This is family business. Family? I laugh, the sound brittle. Is that what we're calling this? Sophie takes my hand, her grip like steel. Think carefully, dear. Some bells can't be unrung. I look around the room, at the shocked faces of guests, at Julia's calculating stare, at my father's pleading eyes. The truth would destroy them all. But the lie... Ladies and gentlemen, Connor addresses the crowd, his charm back in place. There seems to have been a misunderstanding. A disgruntled former employee. Stop. My voice cuts through his smooth lies. He turns, warning in his eyes. Darling. I pull off the engagement ring and let it fall. The tiny clink as it hits the floor echoes in the sudden silence. No more lies. Arya, Father steps forward. Please. I'm sorry, Dad. But I can't. Connor's hand clamps over my mouth from behind. I think my fiancé has had too much champagne. If you'll excuse us. I bite down hard. He curses, releasing me. The documents are real, I say to the stunned crowd. Every signature, every deal, every betrayal. And I can prove it. James Mitchell's voice cuts like ice. Then you'll destroy your father along with everyone else. Maybe. I meet Connor's eyes. But at least it will be the truth. The next moments blur, security appearing, phones flashing, mother crying. Through it all, I stand still, watching the carefully constructed world of privilege and lies crumble around us. Mike touches my shoulder. Come on. We need to go. As he leads me out, I hear Connor's voice one last time. You've just committed suicide, social, financial, and familial. I hope it was worth it. I don't look back. Sometimes the only way to fix a broken system is to break it completely. But standing in the cool night air, watching police cars arrive with their flashing lights, I wonder if the price of truth is higher than anyone can afford to pay. 3 days after the engagement party, I sit across from Connor in his father's study. Outside, rain lashes against century-old windows while reporters camp at the gates, hungry for more details about the scandal rocking both our families. Quite a performance, Connor says, swirling whiskey in his crystal glass. But ultimately pointless. I slide a folder across his father's mahogany desk. Not quite. He doesn't open it. More evidence? The SEC already has everything. Not everything. I tap the folder. Open it. Inside are documents I'd held back, emails between Connor and Julia dating back years, planning not just my family's downfall, but his own father's eventual ouster. His fingers tighten on the glass. Where did you get these? Julia's not as loyal as you think. I lean forward. Especially when she discovered your plans to blame her for everything. The study door opens. James Mitchell enters, followed by Julia. Connor's face drains of color. Father. Shut up. James's voice is lethal. Miss Parker has been quite informative. Julia won't meet Connor's eyes. I'm sorry, Connor. But I'm not going down for this. You think betraying me saves you? Connor stands, mask finally cracking. You're nothing without me. Any of you. No, son. James moves behind his desk, Connor's desk, until now. You're nothing without us. And now you have nothing. Connor laughs, ugly and raw. You can't cut me out. I built this empire while you played golf and attended charity galas. Built it? I stand. Or stole it? Tell him, Julia. She steps forward, shoulders straight. The Morrison deal, the offshore accounts, the fake subsidiaries, it wasn't just the Bennett merger. Connor's been siphoning money for years. James slumps slightly, looking suddenly old. My own son. Your disappointment of a son, right? Connor hurls his glass against the wall. Never good enough, never measuring up. Well, I measured up. I beat you at your own game. The game's over, I say quietly. The FBI is outside. His head snaps toward the window. Red and blue lights reflect off the rain-streaked glass. You wouldn't, he whispers. Your father has already made a deal. Full cooperation in exchange for immunity. I move closer. Did you really think I'd destroy my family to destroy you? Understanding dawns in his eyes. The engagement party, the public exposure, was a distraction. While everyone focused on the scandal, the FBI was following the real money trail. Julia opens the study door. 2 FBI agents enter. This is what real power looks like, Connor, I say as they approach. Not manipulation. Not fear. Truth. He lunges suddenly, not at the agents but at me. His fingers close around my throat. Then he's on the ground, James Mitchell standing over him, fist raised. That's enough. As the agents cuff him, Connor looks up at me. I loved you once. Did you know that? No, I touch my throat. You loved what I represented. There's a difference. Connor Mitchell, the agent recites his rights as they lead him away. Julia follows with another agent, head high, ready to make her own deal. James pours 2 drinks, hands me one. You've destroyed my son. He destroyed himself. I just showed everyone who he really was. And who are you, Arya Bennett? I look at my reflection in the whiskey, remembering the naive girl who once dreamed of a fairy tale ending with Connor Mitchell. Someone who chose truth over power. I set down the untouched drink. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell. Outside, the rain has stopped. Reporters surge forward as Connor is led to a waiting car. Camera flashes turn the night into day. Mike waits by my car. You okay? I watch Connor's vehicle disappear into the night. Ask me tomorrow. Was it worth it? I think of my father's face when I showed him the FBI's deal, of my mother's tears of relief. Of the weight lifting from my shoulders as truth finally won out over lies. Yes, I say. But not for the reasons I thought. Sometimes revenge isn't about destroying your enemies. Sometimes it's about saving yourself. The letter arrives on crisp Mitchell & Sons stationery, delivered to my office by James Mitchell's personal courier. Inside, Connor's familiar handwriting fills a single page. I wonder if you knew, even then, that we were both playing the same game. You learned from the best, after all. Remember when we were children, and I taught you chess? The queen protects the king, I said. But you always preferred to sacrifice your king to win the game. You didn't just beat me, Arya. You became me. I set the letter down as father enters my office, looking older but somehow lighter since the trial ended. The board approved the restructuring, he says, settling into the chair across from me. James Mitchell's stepping down. They want fresh blood at the helm. And you? Retirement suits me. He studies my face. They want you, you know. Both companies. A merger of sorts, but not the kind Connor planned. I touched the letter. I'm not interested in running either empire. No? He smiles slightly. Then why did you fight so hard to save them? Because they needed saving. Not owning. Mike appears in the doorway, case files under his arm. Sorry to interrupt, but the Richardson and Gray partners are here. They're ready to discuss the merger terms. Father stands. I'll leave you to it. Dad? I catch his arm. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you about the FBI deal sooner. You protected the family your way. He touches my cheek. Just like your mother would have. After he leaves, Mike drops the files on my desk. Julia's testimony went well. Connor's looking at 15 years minimum. And Sophie? Left the country last night. Apparently, Switzerland is lovely this time of year. I pick up Connor's letter again. He thinks I became him. Did you? No. I feed the letter through the shredder. I became myself. The intercom buzzes. Miss Bennett? The partners are waiting. Ready? Mike asks. I gather the files. Almost. In my desk drawer, the engagement ring sits in its velvet box, my last piece of evidence, my last link to Connor. I consider it for a moment, then leave it there. Some things are better left buried. The conference room fills with lawyers and executives, all watching me expectantly. These are the same people who once dismissed me as Connor's ornamental fiancé. Now they lean forward, eager to hear my terms. Before we begin, I say, let's be clear. This isn't a merger, hostile or otherwise. This is a partnership. Equal terms, equal responsibility, equal consequences. Murmurs of agreement ripple through the room. Through the glass walls, I see Father watching proudly. Beyond him, Mother arranges flowers in the reception area, rebuilding our world in her own quiet way. The documents are standard, I continue, but my mind drifts to Connor, sitting in his cell, probably still plotting, still scheming. Still believing that power means control. He never understood that real power isn't about what you can take. It's about what you choose to give up. Miss Bennett? One of the partners prompts. Shall we proceed? I look around the table, at Mike's encouraging nod, at the future stretching out before me, unmarked by revenge or regret. Yes, I say. Let's begin. Later, standing at my office window, I watch the city lights flicker on. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. You won. But at what cost? I don't need to ask who it's from. Connor always did need the last word. I type back a single line. The price of truth is worth paying. Then I block the number, slip my phone into my bag, and head for the door. Outside, Mike waits with takeout and case files, not a fairy tale ending, but a real one. Sometimes the happiest endings aren't about winning or losing. They're about choosing your own path, even when that path leads somewhere unexpected. I close my office door, leaving Connor's ghost behind. Tomorrow is another day, and this time, I'll face it on my own terms.
The divorce papers sat on the kitchen counter like a loaded gun. Next to them, Caleb's handwriting mocked me from a pale yellow post-it note. I need solitude to find myself. Don't try to contact me. I'm sorry. 15 years of marriage reduced to 23 words. I picked up the note, crumpled it, then smoothed it out again. The words hadn't changed. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, muscle memory taking over as I dialed his number. The number you have reached is no longer in service. Of course. He'd thought of everything. I grabbed the bottle of Cabernet we'd been saving for our anniversary next month, uncorked it, and poured myself a generous glass. The rich liquid caught the afternoon light streaming through my kitchen window. Our wedding photo still hung on the wall, his academic regalia making him look distinguished, important. Professor Caleb Thompson, beloved educator, devoted husband. What a crock of shit. My phone buzzed. Natalie's name flashed on the screen. You're late for drinks, she said. Everything okay? He left. The words felt foreign in my mouth. Caleb left. What? I'm coming over. No, I'll come to you. I need to get out of this house. 20 minutes later, I walked into O'Malley's. Natalie waved from our usual corner booth, her face etched with concern. I dropped into the seat across from her, sliding the divorce papers onto the sticky table. Jesus Christ, she whispered, flipping through the pages. No warning. Nothing. Just a post-it note. Like I'm a reminder on his fucking calendar. The waitress appeared. Your usual, Vera. Double tonight, Rosa. Actually, make it 2 doubles. Rosa's eyes darted between me and the papers on the table. Coming right up, honey. Natalie reached across and squeezed my hand. What are you going to do? Sign them, I guess. What choice do I have? I pulled my hand away, needing the distance. 15 years, Nat. 15 years and he couldn't even say goodbye to my face. There has to be more to this. People don't just. Apparently, they do. I caught Rosa's eye and mouthed, thank you, as she set down our drinks. You know what the worst part is? I keep thinking about last week, when he insisted on making dinner. He seemed so normal. Happy, even. Was he planning this the whole time? Just going through the motions? Maybe he's having some kind of breakdown. Remember when Jeff's brother suddenly joined that commune in Oregon? This is different. I took a long sip of whiskey, letting it burn. Caleb's too calculated for that. Too controlled. This isn't impulsive, he planned this. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. Hello? Is this Vera Thompson? A young woman's voice, hesitant but determined. Yes, who's this? My name is Jasmine. I used to be one of your husband's students. We need to talk. It's important. Something in her tone made my stomach clench. About what? Not over the phone.
Could we meet somewhere? Tomorrow maybe. I looked at Natalie, who was watching me with raised eyebrows. Tomorrow at noon. There's a coffee shop called Bean there on 5th Street. I know it. Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. And... I'm sorry. The line went dead. Who was that? Natalie asked. One of Caleb's former students. I drained my glass. She says we need to talk. About what? I don't know. I stared at the divorce papers, at his precise signature at the bottom. But I have a feeling I'm about to find out why my husband really left. Rosa appeared with fresh drinks, her dark eyes full of sympathy. On the house, honey. You look like you need it. I didn't argue. Tomorrow would bring answers, but tonight? Tonight I would let myself fall apart, surrounded by the only two people who hadn't abandoned me yet. The hangover hit me like a sledgehammer as I walked into the dental clinic. Rosa's eyes followed me from behind the reception desk, her usual morning snark replaced by something softer. Pity. God, I hated pity. Dr. Matthews wants to see you in his office, she said quietly. Before your first patient. Perfect. Just what I needed before meeting Jasmine at noon, a lecture from my boss about keeping my personal life from affecting my work. As if I had any control over that now. I found him reviewing charts, his reading glasses perched on the edge of his nose. Vera, close the door, please. If this is about yesterday. Caleb called. He removed his glasses, polishing them with his tie. He's requested a leave of absence from the university. Indefinite. He mentioned your situation. My stomach lurched. Of course he'd called my boss before me. Damage control. Always the professor, always 3 steps ahead. I appreciate your concern, Dr. Matthews, but... Take the week off. Paid leave. Sort things out. I'd rather work. He sighed, that paternal look I'd always hated creeping across his face. The university board is meeting today. There are rumors, Vera. About Caleb. About certain improprieties. The room tilted slightly. What kind of improprieties? Nothing concrete. But given your position here, and our connection to the university's dental program. He spread his hands. Take the week. Please. I walked out in a daze, barely registering Rosa's concerned look as I gathered my things. My phone buzzed. Natalie. You okay? She asked. After last night. Matthews just put me on leave. Apparently, there are rumors about Caleb at the university. A pause. What kind of rumors? I don't know. But I'm meeting his former student in 2 hours. Want to bet they're connected? Want backup? No. I need to do this alone. Being there was quiet when I arrived, just a few students hunched over laptops. I ordered coffee and claimed a corner table, watching the door. At exactly noon, she walked in. Jasmine was younger than I'd expected. Pretty, in that fresh-faced way that made me feel ancient. She clutched her bag like a shield as she approached. Mrs. Thompson. Her voice trembled slightly. Thank you for meeting me. It's just Vera now. Sit. She perched on the edge of her chair, fingers twisting the strap of her bag. I don't know where to start. How about with why my husband left? He found out we were going to come forward. All of us. Ice spread through my chest. All of who? The girls. The ones he. She swallowed hard. It started my sophomore year. He was my advisor. He said I had potential, that he could help my career. Then came the private meetings, the late-night emails, the suggestions that certain arrangements could help my grades. The coffee turned to acid in my stomach. How many? 7 that I know of. Maybe more. She reached into her bag, pulled out a manila envelope. We have proof. Emails, texts, photos. We were going to take it to the board today, but he must have found out somehow. My hands shook as I opened the envelope. Screenshots of messages, each more damning than the last. Photos of Caleb with different young women, his hand always somewhere it shouldn't be. Dates spanning years. Years we were married. Why are you showing me this? Because you deserve to know the truth. And because we need your help. She leaned forward, voice dropping. He's not just hiding, Mrs. Thompson. He's starting over. Building something new. Something dangerous. What do you mean? He's gathering followers. Vulnerable students, mostly. Calling it a spiritual retreat or something. But it's just another way to control people. She pulled out her phone, showed me a website. See? He's already got dozens of people believing his enlightenment bullshit. I stared at the screen, at Caleb's serene smile below the header, finding truth through solitude, a journey of self-discovery. Son of a bitch, I whispered. We can stop him. But we need someone he won't expect. Someone who knows him better than anyone. Her eyes met mine. Will you help us? I thought about the post-it note, about 15 years of lies. About 7 young women whose lives he'd tried to destroy. Yes, I said. I'll help you destroy him. The other women gathered in Natalie's living room, their faces a gallery of shared trauma. 6 besides Jasmine, just like she'd said. Young, bright, broken. Each clutching their own manila envelope of evidence against my husband. He always chose the quiet ones, Sarah, a grad student, explained. The ones who needed recommendations, who couldn't afford to lose their scholarships. I paced behind Natalie's couch, the weight of their stories pressing against my chest. And none of you went to the administration. 2 did, Jasmine said. Remember Angela Martinez? The name hit like a slap. The student who had a mental breakdown last year. She tried to report him. Next thing we knew, she was accused of plagiarism. Lost her scholarship, her graduate position, everything. My hands shook as I poured more wine. And the other one? Me, a redhead, Rachel, whispered. He had photos. Said he'd release them if I didn't withdraw my complaint. The doorbell rang. Natalie answered it, returning with Eli. His police uniform was wrinkled, his face tight with concern. Our eyes met across the room, and something in his expression made my stomach drop. We need to talk, he said quietly. Alone. In Natalie's kitchen, he pulled out his phone. Remember that wellness check you asked me to run on Caleb's retreat location? What about it? It's not just a retreat. He showed me a police report. 3 women have gone missing in that area in the past month. All former students. Jesus Christ. The room spun slightly. You think he's? I think he's escalating. The university board meeting spooked him. He's gathering followers, yes, but he's also targeting specific women. Women who could expose him. A text buzzed on my phone. Unknown number. I know what you're planning, Vera. Stop now, or Angela won't be the only cautionary tale. I showed Eli the message. His jaw tightened. He's watching us, I said. Let him. Eli's voice was steel. We can use that. Back in the living room, the women fell silent, watching us. Their fear was palpable, a living thing that filled the room. Change of plans, I announced. We're not just exposing him. We're taking him down. Tonight. Jasmine stood. What do you mean? He's threatening you all through me. But he's made a mistake. I held up my phone. He's given us proof of witness intimidation. And with 7 testimonies, plus evidence. 8, a quiet voice said from the doorway. We turned. Rosa stood there, clutching her own manila envelope. Rosa? My voice cracked. You? 15 years ago. When he was just starting at the university. She stepped forward, shoulders straight. I was his teaching assistant. He destroyed my career before it began. Made sure I'd never teach. The pieces clicked. Rosa's bitterness, her protectiveness of young female patients, her sharp edges. That's why you've always watched out for the interns, I whispered. She nodded, tears in her eyes. I couldn't stop him then. But I can help stop him now. My phone buzzed again. Another text. Last warning, Vera. Walk away, or watch them all burn. I looked around the room, at these women who'd carried their pain in silence for so long. At Rosa, who'd been protecting others while hiding her own scars. At Eli, whose face promised justice. He wants us afraid, I said. Isolated. But together. Together we're stronger than his threats. What's the plan? Sarah asked. I smiled, a cold thing that felt foreign on my face. We give him exactly what he wants, me, alone, coming to beg forgiveness. Except I won't be alone. And there won't be any forgiveness. Eli touched my arm. Vera. No. He thinks he knows me, the quiet, supportive wife. The one who'll keep his secrets. I met each woman's eyes in turn. Let's show him how wrong he is. My phone buzzed one final time. I didn't need to look to know it was him, trying to maintain control. But control, like everything else, was about to slip through his fingers. Ladies, I said, let's go destroy my husband. Eli spread the surveillance photos across his kitchen table while Lucas napped in the next room. The retreat compound sprawled across 20 acres of woodland, a collection of cabins surrounding a main lodge. In every image, young women moved between buildings like sleepwalkers, their faces vacant. They're not prisoners, Eli said, at least not technically. They're there voluntarily. Brainwashed, I corrected, studying a photo of Caleb leading what appeared to be a meditation session. How many? 23 residents. All women, all under 30. He hesitated. And Angela Martinez is there. My head snapped up. The student who tried to report him. She's alive. Barely functioning, according to our informant. He's got them all on some strict regimen, meditation, fasting, isolation periods. Classic cult tactics. A soft cry came from Lucas's room. Eli moved to get up, but I touched his arm. I'll go. In the dim nursery, Lucas reached for me from his crib, tear-streaked face breaking my heart. I lifted him, breathing in his baby sweet scent, remembering how Caleb had reacted when I'd suggested having children. Too much responsibility, he'd said. We need to focus on my career. Now I understood why. My phone vibrated, a text from Greg, Caleb's former mentor, need to talk. Urgent. Meet me at the university library. Eli, I called softly. Can you watch Lucas? Something's come up. Greg waited in the rare books section, looking older than I remembered. His hands trembled as he pulled out a leather-bound journal. I found this in my office, he said. It's from 1997, when Caleb was my graduate assistant. I opened it. Pages of neat handwriting detailed research subjects, female students, their vulnerabilities, their pressure points. Rosa's name appeared early on. He was perfecting his technique, I whispered. Even then. I should have seen it. Greg's voice cracked. But he was brilliant, charismatic. I thought. He stopped abruptly, eyes fixing on something behind me. I turned. A campus security guard stood there, radio in hand. "Professor Thompson," he said. "You're in violation of the restraining order." "What restraining order?" "The one your husband filed this morning." "You need to come with me." Greg stepped forward. "There must be some mistake." "It's okay," I said, clutching the journal. "Call Eli. Tell him what happened." At the campus police station, Officer Chen slid a document across her desk. The restraining order cited erratic behavior and threatening communications. Attached were screenshots of texts I'd never sent. Emails I'd never written. "He fabricated these," I said. "Maybe so," Chen replied, "but until a judge says otherwise, you can't come within 500 feet of him or the retreat property." My phone buzzed. Unknown number. "Checkmate, darling. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared?" See. Another buzz. A photo appeared, Lucas's empty crib, taken minutes ago. My blood froze. I need to make a call. In the hallway, I dialed Eli with shaking fingers. No answer. Then Natalie. Nothing. A final text from Caleb: "You have a choice, Vera. Drop everything, the accusations, the evidence, all of it, or you'll never see our godson again. You have 1 hour." I stared at the words until they blurred. Caleb had always been 3 steps ahead, always calculating. But he'd made one crucial mistake. Lucas wasn't just my godson. He was my reason for ensuring Caleb could never hurt anyone again. I dialed Rosa's number. "It's happening," I said when she answered. "Plan B. Call the others. And Rosa. Make sure Sarah brings those files from the university's security system." "What about Lucas?" I thought of those vacant-faced women in the surveillance photos. Of Angela Martinez, trapped in Caleb's web. Of Rosa, carrying her scars for 15 years. "He thinks he's taking everything from me," I said. "Let's show him what it really means to lose everything." I hung up and walked back to Officer Chen's desk, forcing my voice to stay steady. "I'd like to report a kidnapping." The game wasn't over. It was just beginning. The retreat's main lodge loomed before me, all rustic wood and false serenity. 2 of Caleb's followers, seekers, he called them, flanked me as I climbed the steps. Their grip on my arms was gentle but firm, a perfect metaphor for his whole operation. "Sister Vera," one murmured, "he's waiting in the meditation room." Of course he was. Everything choreographed, just like always. Through the windows, I caught glimpses of women in white linen, moving like ghosts between buildings. Angela Martinez sat cross-legged in the garden, staring at nothing. My hand tightened around Greg's journal in my pocket. The meditation room door opened. Caleb stood there, backlit like some cut-rate messiah. "Darling," he said, spreading his arms. "Welcome home. Where's Lucas?" "Safe. With Natalie." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "She's quite receptive to our teachings, actually. Amazing what a few carefully chosen words can accomplish." The implications hit like a punch. Natalie wasn't answering calls because she was here, under his influence. Just like Angela. Just like all of them. "Your choice," he prompted. "I want to see Lucas first. After you surrender the evidence. All of it." A commotion outside drew his attention. Through the window, I saw Greg stumbling up the path, looking desperate. Right on schedule. What's he doing here? Caleb's mask slipped slightly. Probably looking for his journal. I pulled it from my pocket. Interesting reading. Very. Methodical. His eyes narrowed. Give it to me. Everything you've built here, it's just a larger version of what you did to Rosa, isn't it? Find the vulnerable ones, isolate them, make them dependent. I'm helping them find purpose. Like you helped Angela find purpose. Something dark flashed across his face. She was unstable. They all were, until I showed them the path. The path to what? Being your personal cult. Watch your tone. His voice dropped dangerously. Remember who has the power here. A woman's scream pierced the air. We both turned. In the garden, Rosa stood over Angela's crumpled form. Help! Rosa shouted. She's not breathing. Caleb moved toward the door. I blocked his path. Your choice, I echoed his words. Let me see Lucas, or I start making phone calls. The police are already watching this place. One word from me. You're bluffing. Try me. More commotion outside. Greg had reached the garden, was kneeling beside Angela. Other women gathered, their program's serenity cracking. Tick-tock, I said. Caleb's jaw clenched. Follow me. He led me to a cabin at the compound's edge. Inside, Natalie sat with Lucas, her eyes glazed but clearing slightly at my entrance. Vera? She blinked rapidly. What's happening? It's okay, I said, not taking my eyes off Caleb. Everything's going to be okay. Lucas reached for me. I took him, breathing in his familiar scent. Now the evidence, Caleb demanded. I smiled. Check your phone. He pulled it out, face darkening as messages flooded in. Every woman he'd ever manipulated, every piece of evidence we'd gathered, being sent to the university board, the police, the media. All time-stamped for automatic release unless I entered a code every hour. You can't. I already did. I backed toward the door with Lucas. Angela's fine, by the way. Just a little acting from Rosa. But the police response time to a medical emergency. About 3 minutes. Sirens wailed in the distance. You're just like them, he snarled. Weak, needing guidance. No, Caleb. I'm exactly what you made me, someone who learned to play the long game. His followers were emerging from their trances now, watching through windows as police cars appeared on the horizon. Natalie, I called softly. Time to go home. She stood shakily, moving toward us as Caleb's carefully constructed world began to crumble around him. This isn't over, he warned. You're right. I shifted Lucas to my hip. It's just beginning. The first police car crested the hill as we walked away, leaving Caleb to face the storm he'd created, one calculated manipulation at a time. The interrogation room's fluorescent lights made everything look sickly, unreal. Detective Martinez, no relation to Angela, placed a stack of photos in front of me. Crime scene images from the retreat. 3 bodies, he said flatly. Found buried behind the meditation cabin. All former students. My stomach lurched. That's impossible. We were watching him. For 6 weeks. These deaths date back 2 years. He slid forward another photo, Caleb being led away in handcuffs, that serene smile still on his face. Your husband's looking at multiple homicide charges. And you? You're looking at obstruction of justice. I was trying to help those women. By running a vigilante operation. By interfering with an ongoing investigation. He leaned forward. We've been building this case for months. Your little revenge scheme nearly destroyed years of work. The door opened. Eli stepped in, still in uniform. His face was carved from stone. They're processing Natalie now, he said quietly. The drugs in her system. She's not doing well. I closed my eyes. Lucas. Safe. With my sister. He wouldn't look at me. The department's reviewing my involvement. I'll probably lose my badge. Eli, I never meant. Save it. His voice cracked slightly. You used me. Used my position to get information. Put our son at risk. He was never in danger. No. He finally met my gaze. You brought a 3-year-old into a compound where women were being murdered. Where your best friend was being drugged. All for what? To prove you weren't as blind as everyone thought. To show Caleb you could play his game. The truth hit like a physical blow. I had become exactly what I was fighting against, someone so focused on control, on winning, that I'd lost sight of the casualties. Detective Martinez cleared his throat. Dr. Matthews called. The dental clinic's board is meeting tomorrow about your license. Of course. My whole life, unraveling thread by thread. I want to see him, I said. Your husband. Not happening. Please. I need to understand. Understand what? Eli's voice was ice. How he manipulated people. Destroyed lives. Look in a mirror, Vera. You're more like him than you think. He walked out, leaving me with the photos of 3 women I'd never known existed. 3 women I might have saved if I'd gone to the police instead of playing detective. My phone buzzed, they hadn't confiscated it yet. A text from Rosa, Angela's talking. Really talking. Says there are more bodies. Another buzz. An email from the university board, announcing a formal investigation into Greg's involvement. His career, destroyed because I'd dragged him into this. The final message was from an unknown number. A video link. With trembling fingers, I opened it. Caleb's face filled the screen, recorded before his arrest. Hello, darling. If you're watching this, everything has gone according to plan. You always were predictable, so desperate to prove yourself, to show everyone you weren't just the quiet, supportive wife. Did you enjoy playing detective? Making your little charts and gathering your evidence? His smile widened. Thank you for finding those bodies for me. I was getting worried they'd never be discovered. And now? Now everyone sees you exactly as I always did, reckless, obsessed, dangerous. Just like me. The video ended. Detective Martinez watched me with a mixture of pity and disgust. We'll need your formal statement, he said. About everything. I stared at the photos of the dead women, at my distorted reflection in the interrogation room window. Caleb was right. I'd become exactly what he wanted, a mirror of his own obsession, his own capacity for destruction. I'll tell you everything, I whispered. About the bodies, the manipulation, all of it. But first, I need you to understand something. What's that? There's one more secret. One he thinks only he knows. I met the detective's eyes. And it's going to destroy him completely. Because Caleb had taught me well, too well. He'd shown me that the best revenge isn't quick or clean. It's patient. Methodical. And most importantly, it's devastating. Just like the truth I'd been saving for exactly this moment. The prison visiting room smelled of industrial cleaner and despair. Caleb sat across from me, orange jumpsuit stark against his pale skin, that familiar serene smile still in place. Come to gloat, darling. I placed Greg's journal on the table between us. No. I came to return this. His eyes flickered to the leather-bound book. Ah. My early work. Quite amateur, looking back. 3 bodies wasn't amateur. 4, actually. His smile widened slightly. But you knew that already, didn't you? I slid a photograph across the table. A younger Caleb, standing beside a woman with my face, my build, my coloring. My sister, I said quietly. The one who disappeared 15 years ago. The reason I applied to work at your university's dental clinic. The smile faltered, just for a moment. You never wondered why I looked so familiar. My voice remained steady. Why I worked so hard to get your attention. To become exactly the kind of quiet, supportive wife you wanted. Vera. Sarah was her name. But you knew her as Patient Zero in your journal. Your first experiment in control. His hands, always so steady, began to tremble slightly. You can't prove anything. Actually, I can. Sarah kept records too. Hidden where you'd never think to look, in her dental records. X-rays with dates, photos of injuries, detailed notes about her accidents. All safely stored in the university clinic's archive. That's why you became a dental hygienist. 15 years of waiting. Watching. Learning how you operate. I leaned forward. Did you really think I was just another victim, Caleb? That I didn't plan every step, including my own revenge-obsessed spiral? Detective Martinez entered quietly, standing by the door. The FBI's reopening 20 cold cases, I continued. All women who matched Sarah's description, all connected to universities where you taught. And guess what they found in that journal? DNA. Hair samples. Trophies. Caleb's facade cracked. You're lying. You taught me well, how to manipulate, how to play the long game. The difference is, I had a better reason. I stood. The detective has some questions about Sarah. And the others? They'll never believe you, he snarled. You're unstable, obsessed. No, I'm patient. Like you said in your video message, predictable. You just predicted the wrong pattern. His composure shattered completely. He lunged across the table, hands reaching for my throat. Guards rushed in, restraining him as he screamed accusations, threats, confessions. I watched him break, 15 years of careful planning culminating in this moment. Detective Martinez touched my arm. We got it all on camera, he said softly. The confession, the assault. It's over. In the hallway, Eli waited with Lucas. His face was softer now, understanding replacing judgment. You could have told me, he said. I needed your genuine reactions. Everyone's genuine reactions. It was the only way to make him believe he was winning. Lucas reached for me. I took him, holding him close. The department cleared you, Eli continued. And me. They're calling it an unofficial undercover operation. And Natalie? Home from the hospital. Rosa's with her. He hesitated. She understands why you couldn't warn her. They all do. I thought of Sarah, of all the women who'd never gotten justice. Of the careful path I'd walked between revenge and redemption. What happens now? Eli asked. Through the window, I could see Caleb being led away, his shoulders hunched, his power finally broken. In his journal, he'd written that true control comes from making others see themselves through your eyes. He was right about that. He just never realized he wasn't the only one watching. Now. I kissed Lucas's forehead. Now we go home. And we live. Behind us, Caleb's screams echoed down the corridor, but they held no power anymore. Just the impotent rage of a man who'd finally discovered what it meant to be truly, completely controlled. Sarah would have appreciated the irony. The letter arrived on Sarah's birthday. Prison stationery, Caleb's precise handwriting. I carried it unopened to the cemetery, where fresh flowers marked my sister's finally discovered grave. Natalie found me there, sitting cross-legged on the grass. She looked better, clearer, stronger. The retreat's fog had lifted from her eyes. Rosa said you might be here. She settled beside me. That his? I nodded, turning the envelope over in my hands. You don't have to read it. I know. But I did. One last move in our long game. The paper crackled as I unfolded it. Vera. You were right about one thing, I did recognize you. Not at first, but gradually. Something in the way you watched me, calculated every move. Sarah had that same intensity. I wondered when you'd make your move. 15 years of waiting, watching. I should have recognized the patience of a predator rather than prey. You asked me once why I chose you. The truth is, you chose me. You crafted yourself into my perfect match, knowing I couldn't resist. In doing so, you became exactly what you claimed to hate, a manipulator, a destroyer of lives. We're the same now, you and I. Remember that when you're lying awake at night, telling yourself you did it all for justice. See? Natalie touched my hand. You okay? I let the letter fall onto Sarah's grave, watching the wind catch it. He still thinks this was about revenge. Wasn't it? No. I stood, brushing grass from my jeans. It was about stopping him. Sarah was just the beginning, I had to make sure she was the end, too. My phone buzzed. A text from Eli, Angela's group therapy session went well. She asked about you. Another buzz, Rosa. Jasmine aced her dental boards. We're celebrating at O'Malley's. Coming. They're healing, Natalie said softly. All of them. Because of you. Because of themselves. I looked at Sarah's headstone, at the dates that finally told her complete story. I just helped them find their way back. And what about you? Are you healing? The wind picked up, scattering the letter's pieces like confetti. Somewhere across town, Lucas was probably helping Eli make dinner, standing on his little stool to reach the counter. Later, we'd read stories and talk about his day at preschool, normal moments that felt miraculous after everything. I thought catching him would feel like winning, I said. Like some grand victory. But it just feels quiet. Yeah. I touched Sarah's headstone. The kind of quiet that comes after a storm. Speaking of quiet. Natalie hesitated. Greg called. They're releasing his memoir next month. The whole story, how Caleb manipulated him, how he unknowingly enabled everything. Good. People need to understand how it happens. How someone like Caleb finds the cracks in your life and widens them until you fall through. We walked back to our cars, leaving Sarah's grave and Caleb's scattered words behind. The setting sun painted everything in soft gold, making the world look newer than it was. You never told me, Natalie said as we reached the parking lot. That last secret you mentioned to Detective Martinez, the one that would destroy Caleb completely. What was it? I smiled, thinking of Caleb's face in that prison visiting room, of the moment he realized the truth. There was no secret. I just needed him to think there was, to keep him off balance until he confessed. I unlocked my car. His biggest fear was always that someone else held power over him. So I gave him that fear, let it eat away at him until he cracked. Just like he did to others. Just like that. Natalie hugged me goodbye, and I drove home to my family, to the life I'd built while planning Caleb's destruction. He was right about one thing, I had become like him in some ways. I'd learned to manipulate, to calculate, to wait. But he'd missed the crucial difference, I'd done it all so I could stop being like him. So I could finally lay down the weapon of revenge and pick up something lighter, something that felt more like peace. Even if that peace still echoed, sometimes, with the sound of storms.